everything seems like a good idea after you've had a few? Yeah, that's this show.
Riding in my car, and I'm listening to the radio.
It's time for Dukes and Bell.
Oh, someone told me it's the Black Beverly Hills. Is that true?
Driving in Atlanta just got a whole lot more bearable.
Welcome to the party, pal.
Hi, everybody. Carl Dukes and Mike Bell. The names that mean goodness.
Say my name, you know who I am.
Carl Dukes.
I drink and I know things.
Oh, don't question my authority thing.
King Kong ain't got on me.
Sometimes you just got to call somebody, and I'm not ashamed to say it.
And Mike Bell.
I'm funny how? I mean, funny like I'm a clown. I amuse you.
Hope you guess my name.
Bring a pitcher of beer every 7 minutes till somebody passes out. And then bring one every 10 minutes, right?
Get ready for the best 5 hours of your life.
Fat, drunk, and stupid is no way to go through life, sir.
Don't believe me, just watch.
This is Dukes and Bell.
You know what? Why don't we start doing the stuff that other guys have done, other radio shows around the country?
No.
On Sports Radio 92.9, The Game.
Atlanta! What's going on? It's Dukes and Bell on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. We start off every day and every hour by saying, hey, man! Mike Bell, I enjoyed every minute of the draft after we left Friday from Flowery Branch and talking to Bijan Robinson. Saturday was great, and we're going to talk plenty about what the Falcons got. Here's what I believe, all right? We got not only added star power in this draft, but we also filled needs. And for everything that Mike talked about, we better go get a guard. They went and got a guard, and a very good guard. I think you guys are going to really like Matthew Bergeron. He is a road grader. Talked to some scouts over the weekend about this kid from Syracuse. I'm telling you, and I didn't know a lot about him. This was not somebody that I had scouted or looked at film, and they were like, Dukes, you guys are going to love this guy. He run blocks the hell out of things. And, Mike, he's got a lot of potential, a lot of upside. So if you want to go ahead, Mike, and put this guy as your starter,
Plug him in.
as your guard that you've been worried about,
Get him to work.
let's do it.
Yes. You know, and again, I did not know much about Bergeron other than seeing him come up on those mock drafts all the time where we picked him in that range. And some people said, why do we move up? Because the Jets wanted him. That's why we moved up. The Jets were interested in it. The Jets went and got another guy that played center, but that's why we made the move. Well, there was a sense of interest from other teams.
And I'm fine with that, right? We talked about this before the draft. Whatever your convictions tell you, like, I'm sold on a guy, let's go get him. Don't play around with it. Don't wait and say, oh, well, he'll be there. If that's who you want, you go get it. So, Mike, yeah, that's what they did in the second round. In the third round, obviously, Zach Harrison, Ohio State defensive lineman. A lot of people talk about his size, his length. I think he comes in, Mike, and helps us. To what degree, I cannot tell you that.
Yeah, and this is the only time that there's only one pick in this draft that I kind of went meh on, and I'll tell you why. Got a couple of good buddies who went to Ohio State, so I lean on those guys for my Buckeye intel. And then when you look at the scouting report, it kind of says the same thing. This guy literally has, as they used to say in the old days, body by Fisher. They used to make the bodies for Cadillac. Anyway, the dude's built like a blank house, and the dude looks the part. And he looks exactly what you'd expect from an edge rusher, but he's never lived up to the 5-star expectations for whatever reason at Ohio State. He had to fill in, obviously take over for Chase Young, and those are some seriously big shoes to fill. I was more interested, if I'm honest, in Byron Young from Tennessee at that spot. That's what I would have taken.
Now, that's
my only beef.
If you want to say, all right, we needed more depth at this position, right? We talked about edge and defensive line, and if you ultimately tell me this first season, because everybody's supposed to get better, and then some that don't, they won't last. But, Mike, if you told me this is a depth play, right, for Grady, for Taquan Graham, for Onyemata, and he is going to have a role, but he is going to be a guy that's going to add depth to our defensive line and hopefully learn, because, again, you can't teach 6'6" and a wingspan of, 7 foot. I'm okay with that. And I agree with you. If you say, well, Dukes, why did they take him in the third round? This is where I think they may have targeted him. I don't know what the grade was on him for the Falcons. But, Mike, I absolutely love the Clark Phillips pick, cornerback out of Utah. You may not know a lot about him, but this kid's a playmaker. Playmaker.
Yeah, and one of the best players on the West Coast.
And I just think, again, you go, well, fourth-round pick, don't get caught up in that. This kid was an impact player at Utah, Mike. And the thing that I love is he's a game day player. This isn't somebody that, you talk about, well, he's pretty good at practice. Go watch a Utah game. You will see this young man making plays all over the field.
And the knock on this guy is his size, and that's what kept him from being the elite. Well, I got 2 words for Falcon fans: Brent Grimes. We had a guy back in the day who was an undersized corner. He was listed at 5'10". as tall as I am. I'm 5'8" in heels. But this guy is an athlete, and Brent Grimes could jump out of the room, Carl. I mean, literally out of the building. So, I mean, that's what you're looking for. He's got a tremendous athleticism. He can pop, can play run support. This is everything you're looking for, and that's why the only thing that was keeping him down was the size element.
So you go get another corner. I think he's a slot player, but we'll see how, our new defensive coordinator, Ryan Nielsen, decides how they're going to use him. But I think he's great in the slot. And the fact that we need to create more turnovers. This is a young man that had multiple pick sixes. You need those kind of guys. Then, Mike, they go get a guy, and I think people are sleeping on this pick too. DeMarco Hellams from Alabama. When you play at Alabama, you play at Alabama.
Right.
You started Alabama, you started Alabama. And it's not as if he hasn't been in big games. And I think DeMarco Hellams is going to come in here and also potentially make some hay as far as, okay, this is a guy we're going to be able to use, even though he was a seventh-round pick.
Look, he'll do a little bit of special teams in the start. He's got, again, it's got all the size, all the traits. Free safety is what he projects for. But when you break down the film, and I always go by Daniel Jeremiah stuff, they always joke around, Carl, eye discipline. Sometimes he gets caught looking the wrong way or looking in the backfield. So just something that hopefully he can be coached up. But as you said, I mean, if somebody's played and started at Alabama, I think we can work with him, right?
No doubt. Javon Gwynn was our last pick. That was our seventh-round guard pick out of South Carolina.
A leader on that South Carolina team and a guy that started.
I'm going to trust what I've heard from the folks at South Carolina. This guy's beloved. Like by teammates, coaching staff, okay? There were some guys who went in the NFL, Jalen Carter, who wasn't necessarily loved by the coaching staff. We now know that. So I'm going to take their word, Mike, and maybe he can come in. Seventh round, you always kind of cross your fingers and say, all right, can he help us? Is he a developmental project? Either way, he is a guy that ends up getting picked from the Falcons. Here's where I'm at. We got needs filled, and we added star power. Guys, the most interesting pick in this draft was Bijan Robinson. Period.
I mean, obviously, we need to score more points.
Thank you, Art. Period. And the reason is simple, because the metrics told everybody not to do it. The Falcons said, screw that. We're going to do what's best for our football team and our franchise, and we're going to get a guy that's a difference maker. You know I love the pick. I've been talking about it for weeks now on end. But at the end of the day, Mike, if you were to tell me the two most interesting picks, maybe Anthony Richardson, and I don't even know if he plays this year. But for us, this Bijan pick, man, the most interesting thing that happened in the draft, and everybody around the country is talking about it.
Right. And we covered the Jalen Carter versus, Bijan dynamic on Friday's show live from Flowery Branch. And I don't know what to tell you guys. For years, I've railed against the organization, whoever the GM was, for not taking Georgia Bulldogs. And I had this argument with a couple of guys over the weekend. I was going to lose my mind over it. They decided they weren't going to go with Carter. You want to know why Jalen Carter's not here? Talk to Jalen Carter. He's responsible for why he's not here. The franchise has had a lot of high-profile blow-ups in the first round. So they don't want to go down that road. So talk to him. And wish, look, the Eagles, they should call them the Beagles, okay? Because they got so many dogs on that team, Carl. And that's good. And they're good. And Howie Roseman does a great job. But Carter was the only guy that really had a shot of being here. You might have tried to trade up into the bottom of the first round. And maybe, Carl, they did try to get Nolan Smith. We'll never know. But after that, anytime you wanted a dog, you were out of sequence, or it was a reach, or they were too far down. And that's the way that cookie crumbled. I'm not making excuses, because I want more dogs on this team. But that's the way it went down.
Yeah, I'm not as overly sensitive about this as some people are when it comes to why don't they draft dogs. I got the same thing. I was out at one of my favorite cigar bars on Friday night, and I got this. Why aren't they drafting more dogs? Well, I don't know how to explain, like, if you want these guys to just line up in the draft and be there when the Falcons pick,
right.
I just sometimes it's timing. This particular situation, specifically about Jalen Carter, and I said this to you guys. Did I not tell you they weren't going to take him? Mm-hmm. They weren't going to take him. I said this, and then they didn't take him. He was on the board. They had an opportunity to take him if they wanted to. The reasoning is simple. I told you there were too many immaturity issues with Jalen Carter. Now, maybe he goes to the Eagles and has great success because they're built for it, Mike, and they got a lot of veterans in that locker room and guys that are no nonsense. Great. But for us, I can't concern myself with who we didn't take.
Nope.
I'm going to pull an Arthur Smith here. Can't coach him. Can't worry about guys I didn't coach. I can't worry about players to cheer for that are not going to be on our team.
No, and we said this on Friday's show. And look, maybe they're both going to be successful. It doesn't have to be the zero-sum game I talked about. Both guys can succeed. But now I get on with it. There's no sense in being like, you can bellyache all you want at the barbershop, at the sports bar. Don't bother me with this, okay? I'm familiar with the subject. I crunch the numbers. We've drafted 9 Georgia Bulldogs in like 31 freaking years. But in this case, the only one you had the shot was going to be Jalen Carter. After that, then it's the luck of the draw that Carl and I just explained.
All right, 404-741-0929. We're going to open up the phone lines, and we want to hear from you. All right, this is plain and simple. We're coming off of one of the biggest weekends for our Falcon football team in a long time. Where are you at? And if you disagree and you're like, fellas, I didn't like anything in this draft, tell us why. Don't just call the show and be like, well, I don't like it. Why? What don't you like? Tell us what you do like, and do you think they did exactly what I think, which is needs and star power? We need it both. 404-741-0929. We'll open up the phone lines. Chris, we'll take a few phone calls here as we keep things moving. We got a lot to chop up. Jason Longshore is going to join us here at 2:40. We'll talk about Atlanta United's loss over the weekend.
Ugly.
And Mike, we didn't do this because Friday we were up at Flowery Branch, but we need to start the debrief. I don't know if we'll finish it today, but we got to start this Hawks debrief because I heard Landry Fields addressing the media on Friday. I didn't hear it Friday because we were there, but I heard it Saturday, and I was like, okay, I've heard a lot of this, and I really want to know what's going to change for our Hawks. So we're going to get into this because now our season is over, and we're watching the NBA playoffs, and what a performance by Steph Curry, which we'll talk more about as well. But we've got a lot to get into. But Falcon fans, your opportunity to tell us what you think, okay? How do you feel? Because this lead up to the draft was incredible, Mike, and then I think the payoff was pretty good for us.
Right. I'm excited about it. Like Bijan Robinson, it's a philosophy. And unfortunately, because of the arguments that I've made on the program, not trying to eat my words, I used to get on Dimitrov because we only went for skill positions. We never did the trenches. And this general manager's going skill the first 3 years. But Bijan Robinson is, I mean, you know, Julio Jones did everything but bring us to the Super Bowl. And he did make the catch that should have set up the game-winning field goal. And hopefully Bijan will do a lot more than that. And, hey, give me some credit. I told you Stetson Bennett would make it in the 4th round.
Yeah, he went.
And he went. And I think he went to a really good place based on, where Matthew Stafford's career is right now.
Yeah, good call. I got the word. I was out Saturday, and I was like, Stetson got drafted in the 4th?
Yeah.
Good situation, man, to go where Matthew Stafford is. All right, we're going to come back. We're going to open up the phone lines, 404-741-0929. Where are you at? It's not personal. It's just business. It's Dukes and Bell.
Back to more Dukes and Bell.
Let's go, let's go. On Sports Radio 92.9, The Game.
Really excited about the outcome today. You know, we clearly value the lines of scrimmage. We know that's where games are won and lost. And to get two players with Matt and Zach, we got bigger. We added size, strength, power up front, and both those guys are wired the right way. They're made up of the things that we value. And so really excited to bring both those players in.
See, Mike, they value the line of scrimmage. That's Terry Fontenot, guys, general manager of our Atlanta Falcons. It's Dukes and Bell Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. I'm making a joke because Mike has been saying this, go get a guard, go get an offensive lineman.
Right.
And they did. I think the second pick, again, may be the one that is the most underrated, but it may be the most valuable when we start talking about protecting Desmond Ridder and how much better the run game potentially is going to be with a guy like Matthew Bergeron. Let's take some of your phone calls, guys. 404-741-0929. It's Dukes and Bell. Want to see what Bird's talking about in Buford. Bird, you're on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Hey, man, tell us how you feel about this draft.
Hey, hear me out, guys. Because I understand how you guys feel, okay? Well, let me tell you something about us really diehard Georgia fans and diehard Falcons fans who grew up here, okay, who actually put money in the seats there. I just feel passing up on Jalen Carter, for a running back. We've already got a 1,000-yard running back that did well. Our problem is not the point. Our problem is keeping points off the board for the other team. In the last 5 seasons, we have watched, as Georgia fans and Falcons fans, we have watched our team lose the game in fourth quarters. Every season. It's ridiculous, guys.
Bird, you had
up on the player.
Bird, you had
on the player.
Bird, you had 6 games last year that you were within 6 points of winning. Now I know the defense wasn't up to snuff, but Bird, we don't score enough points. We just don't. And the fact of the matter is, this is an offensive league. If you're not putting up points, Mike and I talked about this on Friday. I understand your passion for Georgia players and the fact that you've been here and the fact that you pay money. I get all of that. So do we.
We do too.
So do we. So at the end of the day, we're on the same team. But let's not talk about the other side of this as if one player was going to completely change the dynamic of what we really need. It's more than just about Bijan. Bijan's added to Pitts and London. And now we have our big 3 that we hope our quarterback can distribute the football and we can be a much more dynamic offense. Am I crazy?
And again, brother, I know you want Jalen Carter, but you're not giving Bijan Robinson his due. He's an explosive back. Everybody comes back to that 1,000-yard rusher argument. Well, again, we don't have a lot of those on this team, but it's a combination. Okay, and this guy's going to be able to stretch the field. You're going to be able to do things in the backfield we couldn't do last year. First off, Pitts is back on the field this year. We're going to be the most dynamic offense in the NFL. And then come back to me and talk about Jalen Carter, who's in the rotation with the Eagles. Look, if Jalen Carter doesn't screw up, he's going top 3. We're not even having this conversation. That's the fact. But being Atlanta, we had to have the situation which gets half the fan base obviously in their bag. So I look, nobody wanted Jalen Carter more than me. But this franchise wasn't going to touch this guy because they've been burned before. Sorry. And the Eagles have made some big moves, and they love Georgia players. They still haven't won a Super Bowl this time around, but they're certainly a loaded franchise. I get the mindset, Carl. A lot of folks look at Howie Roseman and says that's the gold standard right now.
Yeah, and Bird, I appreciate you, man. I'm glad that you feel the way you do. But at the end of the day now, we got to see how this shakes out, and we got to ride with it, and we're going to take more of your calls. But guys, we lost to the Saints by 1 point last year. We started the season, right? 1 point. We go on the road, we lose to the Rams. It's 31-27. Okay? These are all the games. We're in them. We're right there. You talk about the Buccaneers, Mike, at Tampa, 21-15. It's a winnable football game.
By the way, in case you're looking for average points, the Dolphins, the Falcons, Chargers, Rams, Browns, all in the same group, all within like a tenth of a point on average. So we're all giving up 22.5 points a game.
And then
so you just weren't scoring. So if we weren't scoring the 4 touchdowns, you got to win, or the 3 touchdowns and a field goal, you need to win.
Chargers come here. Justin Herbert didn't have anybody on the field that day. They beat us 2017. We're in the games.
Right. The Carolina game last year in the rain. We're in the game. Last possession, we're in this game. Guys, I know that, it's a lot of things. Guys still don't trust Ritter. They still don't believe in this offense. they still don't realize you made. The guy's like, I'm sick of 7 and 10. You know, you be honest, other coaches, you'd be 2 and freaking. You might have Bryce Young. You might have won just 2 games. That's what's really funny. You and I were looking real quick before we get to another call on Friday. Show up at Flowery Branch. I looked at one of those earlier breakdowns. SI did. If the draft was today, it was like right after the 2022 season draft ended. So they had us picking second. They had us winning like 2 games last year.
Of course.
But so I mean, Arthur Smith is a really good coach. You give him more weapons. I know the arguments because I've made them for many years. But the argument here was Jalen Carter. He screwed himself out of being in Atlanta. Sorry.
You held the Commanders to 19 points. You held the Steelers to 19 points. In the second game against the Saints, you held them to 21 points. What are we talking about, Bird? Like, seriously, let's look at the information. The information doesn't lie. Let's talk to Finale. Finale and Fairburn, you're up next on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Finale, tell us how you feel about the draft. Hey, man.
What's going on, Deuce Bell, man? I love the draft. I honestly do love the draft. Look, we all UGA fans, all Falcon fans. We wanted Jalen Carter. We understand that. But at the end of the day, we have to understand they just gave Desmond Ridder, who is an unproven young quarterback in this league, one of the greatest things they could have gave him, which is a dynamic offense, which is great for him because we have weapons all over the field now. Second, I remember last year before the draft, I remember y'all had Chuck Smith on, and Mike, you kept asking Chuck, hey, should we, with that number 8 overall pick, should we take the offensive line? And Chuck told you, no, we have invested enough in the offensive line this time for the coaching staff to coach them up. So we have taken 3 edge rushers in these last 2 drafts in the top 100, which is Arnold Educated, D'Angelo Malone, and now Zach Harrison out of Ohio State.
Right.
It's up to the coaching staff to coach these guys up, to get these guys to be great edge rushers. It's time for the players to step up and take the next step. I trust in the defense. Like I said, we have been in every game. We was almost in every game last year. It's the offense that we have to worry about. Like I said, with a young, unproven quarterback, I love the pick. It's nothing that's better you could have did for him than to give him a dynamic running back that has like Christian McCaffrey type talent.
Booyah.
And allow him to go with Pitts and Drake London. Right. Like I say, Falcons fans, we cry too much because we love UGA and yes, we want dogs. But at the end of the day, we just have to trust the brain trust. And they know what they're doing, and I feel great about this draft.
Great
I really
stuff.
do. I feel like the Falcons are going to take a next level step.
I do too. Finale, appreciate you in Fairburn, man. Great stuff.
Right, as we said, guys, you got to look at the big picture here. This is going to be the most dynamic offense. And I know what Chuck was saying. I agreed, but maybe not in the first round. But, man, we got a guy who is a fire breather out of Syracuse, who's a tackle who's going to play guard, and this is everything I wanted. Because if you were going to roll out a Hennessy or a Jalen Mayfield, there's no way in hell I would have said we did better this year in the offseason at the offensive line. So I'm excited. And hopefully McGarry takes a leap. That's my beef, Carl, is protect the quarterback as good as you do running the football.
You guys do realize we were 3rd in the NFL in rushing, right? Without Bijan Robinson. Are we going to lead the league in rushing? Do you know what that means? Do you know how much that opens up the offense?
And we're finishing games, and instead of, as Carl and I used to joke around, okay, we're over the 50-yard line, get Koo in there. Now we're going to run the football down people's throats to finish the game, which is something we haven't been able to do consistently.
I'm just
that's part of it.
Just said I'm excited. I don't know how to get this across to you, Atlanta. I don't know what I need to do to explain this.
Stephen A. on me, right?
But it's the truth, Mike. You know, it's where I am right now. Like, I've been saying this for months, and people have been going, you're crazy, you're dumb, you're silly, you're stupid. There's no way you should draft a running back in the first round. This opens up everything else. Let's talk to Jermaine in Decatur, where it's greater. Jermaine, you're up next on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Hey, man, how do you feel about the draft?
Hey, what's up?
Hey, man.
You know, after I ain't gonna lie, when the pick first came through, I was like, man, why y'all didn't go defense? But listening to everything, they do make sure they do need some more weapons on offense. Need to scope, but it better work. That's all I'm saying. It gotta work.
Well, listen, their jobs are on the line. Okay, I mean, listen, Jermaine, I'm with you. You don't think Terry Fontenot thought hard about this? You don't think Arthur Smith thought hard about this? Because if it doesn't, everybody will come back and say, y'all took this kid in the first round. You took him 8th overall when you could have went this way.
Right.
So, yeah, there's pressure. But there's no more pressure than I think they had to deal with going in if we got Jalen Carter and he was a knucklehead.
Right, and we said it. Jalen Carter's going to a great system and a great setup. And again, if Jalen Carter rededicates himself, which, man, again, when you find out the information that came out the week before the draft, that, I didn't give 100% at Georgia, that's not a resume builder. I'm glad he saved himself, but I'm sorry, we're going to cut corners on that? That's something to me. And hopefully he goes and he balls out. Or maybe he'll be the next Jadeveon Clowney and he'll be all hype and he'll show bursts, but he'll never live up to it. But anybody right now who has the clairvoyance to say one is better than the other, you have no idea. Neither one's played it down in the NFL. So we can evaluate need, we can evaluate strategy, and that's what we're trying to do here. And I think it's going to be unbelievable for us on offense.
All right. Michael and Randy, we're out of time right now, but we're going to open up the phone lines a little bit later on. I know you guys are holding on. I want to get to as many calls as we can, but we want to give you guys an opportunity to explain yourself. You know, and that is part of this is because you got a lot on your mind. Mike and I have a lot on our mind, and we want to share it with you.
And let me just say something one more time. If Jalen Carter if the information doesn't come out, if he's not involved in the tragedy, whatever, however much involved you think he was or wasn't, however, if he showed up for his pro day, if he just showed up and didn't look like the way he did, if he goes 3rd or 5th overall, are you telling me that on Monday we'd have guys calling in, yeah, Mike and Carl, I can't believe we didn't go get Lucas Van Ness? Bull blank. That's all I have to say about that.
404-741-0929. That's our phone number. That is also our Solomon Brothers Diamond text line. We're coming back. We're going to shift gears a bit. We're getting back into the draft at 3 o'clock, and we'll talk more about what happened around the NFL from a 30,000-foot view, because there was a lot of stuff that happened in regards to this draft. But coming up next, Jason Longshore is going to join us. We're going to talk about Atlanta United and their L and what this team is going to do moving forward. They just didn't play well at all this weekend. We'll talk to Jason next.
on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Dukes and Bell, we are fired up about the draft, our Falcons, and what happened this weekend. More on that coming up in 20 minutes. Appreciate the phone calls earlier. You can always find us on social media as well, guys. Mike Bell, ATL. I'm at Put 'em Up, see Dukes. And this radio show, Dukes and Bell 929. Follow the radio station at 929 The Game. Stay up on everything that's going on. And you can watch this show, YouTube, 929 The Game, and at ATL 929 The Game on Twitch. Let's welcome in our analyst for Atlanta United, Jason Longshore. Jason, plain and simple, love Nashville. We love going up there. But what happened this weekend?
Nashville's a good team, and when you let them score first, it's really difficult because then they're in their comfort zone. This is a squad in Nashville. But look, we've seen them since 2020 now, and they're very good defensively. That was how they were built. They went out and they got Walker Zimmerman early on, the Brookwood High School star. And Walker and that defense led by Joe Willis, when you give them a cushion, then they're able to sit behind the ball. Then they're able to frustrate you a bit, not give you those passing lanes, and they can play on the counter. And Hani Mukhtar is the best player in Major League Soccer on the counter attack because then he gets space. And we saw it on the second goal and the third goal where Mukhtar gets that space to operate in because you have to commit numbers forward against Nashville because they're going to put numbers behind the ball. When you're chasing the game and then Mukhtar gets that space, they get better offensively with the lead. That might sound weird, but the way Nashville plays, if they can find a set piece like they did, if they can find a goal, then they get even better on the attack because of their counterattack. It's so deadly, and look, they took advantage. They got to play their game against Atlanta United in this match.
Carl, and they named the guy after the bird from Avatar. You know, Mukhtar's got to be pretty darn good. It's our man Jason Longshore with us here on the waitfor.com hotline. Set pieces, though, is that just they just executed? Because I know in years past, I know there's a different regime and different players, but set pieces always seem to give us trouble.
Yeah, but it hasn't for a long time now. Honestly, I mean, it's been almost a year, Mike, and that when Juan Oparata came to this club last summer, set pieces you're much better defensively on. And they've been really good this season defensively on set pieces. But when you give a team that excels in set pieces, like Nashville, multiple cracks at it, it was one of those situations where foul on Brooks Lennon, he got a yellow card. The foul was iffy. I mean, it's a kind of a middle third foul that doesn't immediately affect the game. I didn't think it was a foul, but whatever, it happens. And then Nashville was able to pin Atlanta in, and they had the free kick. They had a series of corners, and Atlanta couldn't clear. And ultimately, you give Nashville that many cracks at it, and especially Zimmerman, who is just such a handful in the 18. He gets the flick on, and they find the goal. Atlanta crashed too much on the near post there, but that's because of the presence of Walker Zimmerman, because of how good he is. He's going to attract defenders, and he did, and he gets the flick on to an open man on the back post.
Gonzalo Pineda, after the match, was talking about this last week. Obviously, that entails the loss to Memphis in the U.S. Open Cup, which is different, and we know there was a different team on the pitch. But he was basically saying, he felt like there was a drop in performance this last week. Is it a reason to be concerned, Jason?
I don't think so because it's 1 week. And when you look at the overall table, Atlanta's 3 points off the lead in the East, and they're among the top 6 in the league as a whole. You have to deal with weeks like this. And there's going to be more this season where you have midweek games. Now, you're not going to see the heavy rotation like you did in the Open Cup game against Memphis, where guys couldn't find that rhythm because they haven't played a lot. So it was really difficult for them to get up to the speed of the game. And I told you guys when we were talking on Wednesday, Memphis is a really good team, and you let them hang around and you let that midfield start to cook, they're going to give you problems. And Atlanta got the first goal in that. The second goal would have put the game away. I don't think Memphis is able to score 2 goals. They didn't in the run of play here. They get to extra time, and they needed a penalty to get the first goal, or Atlanta gets out of there even not playing well with a win. Memphis is a good team. You have a different group that goes on Saturday in Nashville, and you don't get it done. Look at the week that you had, though, from a training and preparation perspective. You played Sunday last week, and that is another little factor here because you're kind of doing a regen day on Monday. you're doing a kind of a split squad training on Tuesday in a way, because your group that's going to play on Wednesday isn't going to train super heavy. Your guys who aren't going to play on Wednesday, who you're thinking is going to play on Saturday, they're going to be early in their week of preparation. You play Wednesday. Maybe the guys who aren't going to be in the squad are getting some kind of a session, but it's not a full team training session. And then Thursday, you've got guys recovering. You've got other guys prepping for a game on Saturday. It's a difficult week to balance, and it's one of those that can be a challenge. Atlanta didn't rise to that challenge this week. And coming up in a couple of weeks when you face Colorado on a Wednesday, you've got to figure out that schedule and rotation and try to find a way to keep as much of the rhythm going as you can in a week where you just can't train like a normal week.
Jason, next up, Miami. Let's talk about this. I know we're a week out or so, but what do you think?
Well, Miami's a team that had lost 6 in a row before they go to Columbus and get a shocking win. Columbus is a team that's in a little bit of a mess. After they beat Atlanta United, they had another couple of good games, and then they lost in Charlotte. Now they lose at home to Miami. There's some questions about Columbus. So from my perspective, when you look at Miami, as bad as they were over 6 straight losses, is it fixed because of a win against a Columbus team? They're still close.
Jason?
Oh, man, somebody just took him out. Red card.
We just lost him there as he was explaining about Miami. That's next up for Atlanta United. Jason Longshore, our guest guys, analyst for Atlanta United, Mike.
By the way, if you are going to head down there this weekend, it's also Grand Prix weekend. But I did notice, just looking online, you get tickets down there for like $20 for good seats.
Wow.
To watch them play. If you're going to make the trip, I know that Five Stripe supporters always try to, on the East Coast, can get to the matches they can get to.
Yeah, no doubt. We get Charlotte at home, and the weekend after that, things ramp up a little bit. I'm not concerned. I'm with Jason on this, but it was not a great week. I mean, at the end of the day, you lose to Memphis, you lose on the road to Nashville. Not a good week. All right, with that said, it was a good weekend for our Falcons, and Mike and I are talking about it. Can I hear Bijan Robinson talk about his Pop Warner team? His first Pop Warner team was the Falcons. How ironic is that? That, all these years later, and then you actually get picked by the real Falcons.
Someone say it's fate.
Maybe. Here's Bijan talking about it.
Yeah, so I played. So my first team was the Tucson Falcons, and I was number 8. And I mean that was a fun time playing with them. We stole every slogan from the Falcons. Like, we're the Dirty Birds. We came through came through heavy. But yeah, that was my first team right there. And it's just crazy that now we're here because I wore number 8 the first year, and then I wore number one the year after. So that's how I know that, it was all in God's plan this whole time. And we didn't know at the time that it was going to be, this plan right here. So it's pretty cool.
Maybe he wears 1.
Hey.
Huh?
Hey, wear whatever number he wants. Just get the end zone. I don't care what he wears.
I don't either. I think we were talking with Randy about this, and Randy was stop trying to start stuff, Randy. He should wear 2. Big Bo was just saying Kyle Pitts wore 84 at Florida. He wears 8 now, and apparently our man Bijan wore 8. So do they talk about a deal? I don't know.
Because he wore 5 at Texas, but 5 is Drake London.
Correct.
And then, of course,
Maybe
Ritter.
He wears 1.
Ritter was
2's
full.
the only number that's not taken of the single digits.
Which one?
Just saying, 2.
2 is 7. 2 is available. Start a new tradition.
2 is available.
How about 24? Good number for a running
like
back.
24.
I don't care who 20. We'll find out who 24 is other roster.
I like 24.
Because Ritter went to 9. 9 was Carter. Carter went to 0. So it's kind of like it's become like a Laurel and Hardy or that Abbott and Costello.
The only number available in the 20s is 29.
That's a bad number for a running back. That's not a great number.
That's a DB number.
That's a DB number. Running backs should be 24, 32. 44, Chuck Muncie.
Yeah.
32, OJ before he cut 2 people's heads off. That's a good running
Andy
back.
Bunker had the idea, what if he pays homage to Ricky Williams, another
of course,
superstar Texas running back, who's wearing 34. I don't know if anybody else.
34, Earl Campbell.
No, I love that.
Yeah.
I love that. We'll see. I mean, listen, these are decisions that are going to have to be made, but they'll be made.
No, but there's people right now that want to go get the gear. They want to go right to NFL.com and get the jersey right now.
They're going to let it be known, okay? Impatient people. They're going to let it be known that when the number is the number, they will let us know, and we can all go get the number. All right. More with Bijan. We're going to let you hear also our second-round pick and our 4th round pick, and our coach talk about our 3rd round pick. It's all a part of our NFL Blitz next on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
interesting.
Thanks for making us your sports station.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
It is Dukes and Bell. Happy Monday. Hope you had a great weekend. We certainly did. We'll talk more about our weekends coming up. We've been talking a lot about the draft, and I keep using this phrase, but it's the truth. It's not personal, just business. Everybody doesn't get a chance to draft all the players that you might think they want to draft. And it's not as if they target certain guys unless they have information, Jalen Carter, about a particular player that may raise red flags. And again, I'm not going to sit here and tell you guys all the things that I know. I'm just going to let it play out. I hope Jalen Carter has an amazing career with the Eagles. But I told you there was no way that the Falcons were going to take him if he was there, and he was there, and they didn't. And Mike and I had this discussion, and we continue to talk about it, and guys continue to hit us up. It's not as if listen, the Falcons would be silly to ignore the two-time national champion Georgia Bulldogs because, well, we just don't want to draft Georgia players. Do you guys know how ignorant that sounds? Like, seriously. So if a player is there, he makes sense, Mike, and he fits what you want to do, you draft him.
Yeah, and again, Nolan Smith is not as much a mystery, not going to say mystery, but Nakobe Dean, there was some question about how he plugs in to an NFL roster and why he went where he went last year. And Nakobe Dean, if we're honest, guys, is still to make an impact, in the NFL for the Eagles because, again, they have a lot of guys in front of him. And Jalen Carter goes to a great spot. And Howie Roseman, he drafts Bulldogs, and I get it. There's a bunch of memes out there. I saw Hugh Douglas is up in Philly. It's like the Bulldog face morphs into the Eagle logo, and I get it. But we were in a situation. And by the way, guys, I said it to Carl. We're talking about this off the air. The last thing we are is mouthpieces. How the last general manager wouldn't come on the damn shows. He thought we were too mean. More me than you. But, we have strong opinions about the team. But I'm telling you, as we said, once the die is cast, you can live in the world you want to live in or the world we live in. Jalen Carter's an Eagle. Bijan Robinson's a Falcon. And if Jalen Carter had not stubbed his toe off the field, he would have probably gone third or fifth. Now, if you feel that this guy is going to be a guy who's going to rededicate himself because he already told you he didn't give 100% effort at Georgia, I don't want that guy on my team. I've had enough of that on my team, okay? From Mike Vick to Rashid Hageman to Tack McKinley, I don't need that. And let somebody else fix him, okay? I don't want that, Carl, and I'm sorry. If the truth hurts or it's being mean, I'll take a guy who's a superstar athlete, take an offense that makes us most elite offense in town, and that covers up some of the warts we have on defense. A defense, by the way, that didn't do all so bad when Carl broke it down last hour.
We were in every game. You lost 6 by less than 6 points. Score more points.
And he's not an edge rusher. He is a defensive tackle. And again, I know what we need. I know what we've got. We've also got guys on the roster. We still don't know what we've got with guys like Getty and D'Angelo Malone, who now might actually thrive because there's much better talent. It's almost like, Carl, we spent like $50 million in free agency and nobody paid attention to the moves. Now, some of those are long-term, some of those are short-term, but they did improve the defense.
Yeah, but it's about the overall plan. I mean, I don't know about you. I hope in your life you have a short-term plan and a long-term plan. If you don't, I would suggest that. Because if you only plan for the long term, you're going to miss out on a lot of the short-term things that are going to happen to you. It's the same thing in the NFL. I can't fix what's 7 years down the road. I have to fix what's now and then try to think 3 years from now where we're going to be and who may shape out. If it works, Mike, and Pitts is a star and Bijan is a star and Drake's a star, Atlanta, we're going to be in a really good spot. But I think they tried to address everything. I like it. I hope you do. We're going to continue to talk more about it with you as we'll open up the phone lines at 404-741-0929. You can text us as well. Big Bo behind the glass today, our engineer. Of course, Turtle's back, executive producing. We'll find out how his vacation went. He was incognito. Didn't hear anything from Turtle. Unlike our last executive producer, Mike, who would be gone, but seemingly never gone.
I'm always watching, listening, judging, whether I'm in Pigeon Forge or I'm down at a desk tonight. You got to monitor. As assistant brand manager, you must be in touch and know what's going on at the operation, even no vacation. There really is no vacation for assistant brand manager, if we're honest.
It's the NFL Blitz.
Welcome to the NFL. With news and notes from around the league, this is NFL Blitz on Dukes and Bell.
NFL Blitz brought to you by our friends at Priority Men's Medical Centers. Check them out at PriorityMen'sMedical.com. By the way, Bo and Mike Johnson, Tiffany, they're doing a great job on the morning shift. Make sure you check that out every morning here on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. All right, Mike, I want you to hear from the second-round pick, okay? I think we're going to like this guy, Matthew Bergeron, guard, and when they drafted him, the immediate response was, "Ooh, that's okay. Wow, they really." And I think part of that was the people who were aware of how good he is and how well he played, and especially in an Arthur Smith system, they feel like this guy is a plug and play. So do I. Here's what he said about how he can be effective.
Top rushing teams, and they just drafted a running back, and I feel like I feel like they want to go into that. They want to move people around it. They want to get some yards, and I feel like I'm the right person to do it, whether it's inside or outside.
I'm gonna take your head off. He didn't say that. I said that.
Yeah, man, and the dude is a dude, and he's a dude according to a couple of the Jets websites that the Jets were looking at. And so you're wondering why we moved up. The Jets were picking at 43. We were picking at 44. So had we gone, and I mentioned Joe Tippmann from Wisconsin was a center, but this guy's a little more dog in him. This guy was a leader. By the way, there is a trend. We talk about what are the Falcons looking for. They're looking for dudes that were leaders on their teams. Everybody from Bijan Robinson to the 7th pick, Javon Gwynn is a leader at South Carolina. But this dude at Syracuse was one of those tackles who was really good, but projects as the guard, and then he plugs in right next to Jake Matthews.
So what about Clark Phillips out of Utah? Those Utes.
The 2 Utes.
Clark Phillips' playmaking ability is off the charts. And if you don't believe me, just go watch the highlight tape, okay? Making plays all over the field. And by the way, really good college coach, really good program. And, Mike, I think that does matter to some degree. But Clark Phillips was talking about the fact that he likes to make plays, man, all over.
Man, it's a product, honestly, of just a lot of film study and a lot of confidence. I truly believe that I separate myself on that field. Can't wait to step back on it, but it's really just a product of a lot of preparation, a lot of film study, and then just being able to make those plays in that moment and having the confidence to do so.
I think he's a slot guy. Mm-hmm. We'll see. But he has the ability to play corner. So if you're in a pinch, you guys remember, speaking of the games last year, when we went to Cincinnati, Mike, and we didn't have anybody in the secondary.
Right.
I mean, it was like, who's playing?
Casey Hayward went down. A.J. Terrell got banged up with, I believe it was the hamstring at the time, I believe. And then everybody went down. Now, look, if Jeff Okudah can establish himself, 2 things. Either Okudah's going to play so well we can't afford him, or he's going to play good enough to get a nice guy's contract. Either way, you've got this guy who some guys perceive can plug in across from A.J. Terrell. He's a little undersized. That's why I comped him to Brent Grimes. For Falcon fans, remember Brent Grimesy back in the day? It was one of those awkward franchise tags. We had to tag Grimes. His wife was always squawking about it on social media. But anyway, we got a dude who's a tremendous athlete. So again, I know I'm like you, ain't watching a hell of a lot of Pac-12 football, but this guy makes plays.
Here's what he said, Mike, about the fact that, people say he's got that dog in him.
Man, they just talking about probably my feisty nature, of play. I kind of play with the chip on my shoulder. Always been one to kind of go at it and work the hardest. And I'm just excited to, go and help this new team, man, and help the Falcons out in any way I can.
All right, and since now Carl and I have to provide a public service to Georgia fans who are befuddled why they weren't selected, we break down why Kelee Ringo went. Kelee Ringo went 30 picks later, by the way. And the knock on Kelee is, for all the play and making and closing ability, he's stiff in the hips and doesn't turn enough. That's, again, don't look at me. Look at the breakdowns, okay? That's why the scouts. So there in case you're wondering, well, why do we go Kelee Ringo? They value this guy better than him. And now time will tell. And Kelee went in the 4th.
And I like Kelee Ringo. I was surprised he went that late. I'll be honest with you. Again, first round, early second round talent mark, okay? Right. When you go down and you start looking at, is he a first or second round talent? And he goes, when, Mike? 4th?
Oh, he went 4th round, 105th overall, 30 picks after our guy went.
So you have to believe that, again, he's going to be a steal. If he works out, that's value. You didn't draft him in the 2nd round. You certainly didn't go 1st round, Mike. We'll see.
By the way, I'm going from 75th at Zach Harrison. He was available when we did select, so I'm just giving you the numbers on this. I want to be accurate with you. We go 113. I was going after Zach. Okay. Some guys thought we might go corner there. So the dude we get is from the Tennessee pick for the Julio deal, 113. So he was available. He wasn't available. We go 113, Clark Phillips. He went Kelee Ringo at 105.
And he was gone.
So there you go. We're in between. We picked at 75, and between 75 and 105, Kelee Ringo, that's where he went. I'm trying to give you the valuation. I'm sorry, I sound like Professor Irwin Corey, if you remember laughing. But anyway, that's where he went.
All right, let's talk about Zach Harrison. This was the 3rd round pick Mike's talking about, 75th overall, defensive end out of Ohio State. Arthur Smith was like, can he learn from Calais Campbell? People are already asking this question. Here's Arthur Smith.
You got to have the right vets. Sometimes people run away with narratives that just aren't true, and those are in buildings or inside the walls. And you pump up somebody and say, oh, this guy's a great leader, and you know, he may fool the outside world, but Calais is, and that's a real dude. And trust me, I've been on the other side of going against him and game planning against him. There's a lot of things he can learn from. He can learn from Bud too. You know, as a guy that's started to find a groove as a power rusher. Bud's had a lot of success as a power rusher as well. So there's a lot of guys in there. And then as his game expands, and it really, it's like the day-to-day routine. These guys, when they come in here, it's a long journey as a rookie, and those guys can help them out. They've been through it. Same struggles.
Now, Zach Harrison was a 5-star recruit, high expectations, supposed to be the heir apparent to Chase Young up in Columbus. The numbers, Carl, as far as the sack totals, they really weren't there. If you talk to folks who follow Ohio State, they said he kind of did not meet expectations. But the reason he goes over a guy like Byron Young or Yaya Diaby from Louisville, which I love the name, well, both of those guys are 6'4" and 6'2". This guy's 6'6" with the wingspan basically of a pterodactyl. And so that's why he went. And again, for our public service, comparing him to other Georgia Bulldogs, no dogs are in that range, by the way, as far as defensive ends. The guy that everybody wanted was Nolan Smith, but sort of like the Swiss Army knife. So in case you're wondering, there was nobody in range right there for that position.
The other big pick, obviously, for the Dogs, and we're going to talk more about this at 4 o'clock in our Dog Report, is Stetson Bennett, and we'll let you hear from him. But listen to Sean McVay talk about Stetson Bennett.
I think there's an edge to him that's a positive. You know, you want some competitors that have some stuff to them that things don't always go well. They're unfazed and they can kind of move on and be able to reset themselves. And, you know, credit to Les and really, you know, Zach Robinson and Mike LaFleur and really, you know, his scouting staff where they had identified Stetson early in the process. And, you know, we wanted to have an all-Athens UGA quarterback room, and that's what we've got right now. So.
Now, Matthew Stafford says he's got another year or two that's hopefully going to fly. You could argue that maybe this is the last year for Matthew Stafford. Can Stetson Bennett pick it up? He is not your average quarterback as a rookie. He's like Hendon Hooker. He's 25. And I just felt like I thought somebody would take a flyer. This one kind of made sense. I thought maybe, you know, Vegas or somebody, before they went and did what they did, this is a really good place for him to land. You know, with a really, let's be honest, a coach who plugged in Baker Mayfield with like one day to read the playbook. And you look at Stetson's game and how it translates to some of the things that are different than what Matthew Stafford does that they maybe try to do in the future.
Les Snead's the general manager of the Rams. They made this decision to go with Stetson Bennett, and he was talking about UGA's offensive line in Stetson.
Oh, you know what's awesome on that is Georgia's got a good offensive line. So anytime you'd go to watch defenders in the SEC, you'd go, oh, let's go watch Georgia. They're the best team. They got good offensive line. And it was interesting. You just come away going, wow, I thought people said that guy was just maybe, you know, whatever, gonna manage the game type QB. But what you did is you just know, whoa, wait a minute. Look at that guy move. Look at him buy some time. Look at him anticipate some throws, and just you come away thinking, wow, he was a weapon for Georgia.
And he's talking about Stetson Bennett. Mike, I think we went away from game manager after that first national championship.
Yeah, after the fumble and he came back and threw the big pass and then, you know, the big cover behind. Yes, no longer game manager.
Yeah, and we wish him nothing but the best. Kirby put out a great post about Stetson over the weekend, if you missed it, basically wishing him luck. Did Kirby put that post out for Jalen Carter? I'm asking. Oh, it's Dukes and Bell at Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. 404-741-0929 is our Solomon Brothers Diamond text line. We're going to talk more about the draft, let you hear more from our Falcons as we continue on today, and talk more about, you know, this team. I just have to continue to bring this up because I think it's important. You know, as you go down the list of games, and I'm specifically talking about last season, how many games we lost by 6 points or less. I think we forget the record was 7 wins, but how close we were, and I think that was part of this strategy. We'll get into it next on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
to more Dukes and Bell. How's everybody feeling?
On Sports Radio 92.9, The Game.
That's why we haven't felt desperate going in the draft, So a lot of times if you're really thin and, hopefully we're healthy as we can be going into week one, but it allows you to certainly develop guys at the right pace. You don't feel like you have to put them out there too quick, but if they're ready, certainly if they're a better player, they will play. I'm not saying that, but where, strategically there's kind of like guys at every point of their career. We've got some guys that are veterans that we expect to play good football, maybe on a 1-2 year deal, and we got guys in the middle part, guys that we brought back, and then we got the young guys that are going in year 2, year 3, and with this class. It'll be a very competitive camp. We know that, and we feel really good about where we're at right now. But like Terry talked about, any opportunity to improve, we're going to do it. Whether it's a trade or somebody makes a cut, we think the guy can help us. We'll obviously bring him in.
Did not feel desperate because we addressed a lot of things in free agency. That's Arthur Smith. And I felt the same way. Like, going into the draft, we said this, Mike, we were a wild card. There were so many ways we could have gone in this draft, but we didn't have to force the issue.
No, and some people felt like Skoronski was a reach. Now, Paris Johnson was a guy that some people he was already gone, so that took that option away from you. And if you couldn't find a trade down partner, which is something you and I discussed, you stand pat and you take the best athlete. They've been consistent with that, and they did that. Now, some of you want to debate Jalen Carter's a better athlete, okay, but they go with the guy who's going to make this offense. I mean, it's already a good offense, but next level. We've got to score more points. Arthur said that. And then he just laid it out. Guys like Getty, which nobody remembers we drafted this guy. You and I remember we banged on all those second-round busts under Dimitrov. Second-rounders have got to have impact. Marlon Davidson was the most recent second-round bust because that's what he was.
Yep.
And Getty has got to pop. Getty's, I think this is the year where he's got to really put on the big boy pants and go do his job, and he'll be helped by all these guys on the line. We mentioned that, you got a new piece in Zach Harrison coming in from Ohio State. And you'll see what he can do here. But this is where all these younger guys, based with, again, augmented car with the call-it-yard Falcon package of big-time studs on that line, should all be better.
Yeah, I think part of this discussion, too, Mike, is what are these coaches for? Guys play in college. They can be really good. But you still come into the NFL, and you need to get coached up. You need to understand what the team is trying to do. You need to understand the scheme and what's going on and where you need to be. And sometimes it takes guys a little longer because their college program, Mike, is just not that detailed when it comes to the stuff that you're going to do in the NFL. A lot of the reason why these dog defenders keep going to the NFL is the same reason a lot of these Alabama defenders went to the NFL. They're ready to play. They're playing an NFL-style defense. They're ready to have a contribution. And so, Mike, the guys you're talking about, I'm going to sit back, and I've been saying this for the last couple of years. They got to coach these guys up. If you think he can be a much better player, and we talk about this, if it's whether it's pass rush moves, right, whether it's better footwork with a guy like Caleb McGarry, let's get to that because everybody doesn't come into the NFL ready to immediately have that kind of impact. You might be ready to play, but that doesn't mean you've hit your apex. You've got to continue to grow and get better as a player.
Now, you and I have debated that over the years. Sometimes I say, it's not about the X's and O's. It's about the Jims and Joes. And sometimes you just can't coach up. Like Jalen Mayfield, I thought he'd be a perfect fit at guard coming out of Michigan, and he's just never going to be an NFL player unless a lot of guys are hurt. But one thing to your point about coaching them up, they brought in Jerry Gray to specialize on defense. They brought in former Alabama assistant Dave Huxtable. Remember, guys, we moved on from the D-line. They moved on from a bunch of position coaches. So it is a new set of eyeballs on the problem. And, again, if we're honest, Dean Pease did a hell of a job when you consider who we had. Now we got better talent. We had all that money to spend. Majority of it was spent on the defensive side of the ball. We did have to re-sign McGarry. Lindstrom got his. You brought in the tight end, Jono Smith. You got a lot of pieces. But the lion's share went to get a lot more guys on the defense, as many as we've had since 17.
Yeah, and the other part of this is, right, when we hear Arthur Smith talk about how they approached this and they didn't feel desperate so they could do and draft how they wanted to, I think, Mike, you did address, again, we still needed a corner. They got one. We did need all line. They got a couple.
And that was all, if I'm honest, all I wanted to see on Friday was that offensive line. Yeah. And we got him.
And we got him.
And it's a good one.
And so when you say, again, as I started the show today, needs and star power, you got both, I believe, in this draft. Now, I don't know where you're at on Bijan, again, but for me, I've seen enough that I think he's going to come in and have an immediate impact. Running backs, Mike, sometimes wide receiver, depending on the delivery system, they don't need as much time as O linemen or D linemen or other players. And to your point about the development, here's the other part. If you have a guy, Jalen Mayfield, who's been on the squad for 3 years and you really feel like he's not progressing, cut bait. We don't need to wait around. Right? That's the mistake that's made, Mike, when you go, well, we think he's going to get better. It's year 5, bro. Let's go.
Yeah, in this case, it's, year 3? Because he was 21.
It is. But I'm saying, if he's not developing, if you see a guy that's not getting there, let's not wait around. That's the mistake a lot of times that GMs make is they go, well, he'll continue to get better. And he doesn't, and then we're waiting around.
And in case you think we're being mean, I banged the drum for Mayfield for an entire season saying he'll get better. He's never got better. Chucker used to chirp all day about this guy not being ready for prime time, and he wasn't. For those who don't remember, just give you a background. 21, we brought in Josh Andrews, and then he got injured, and Matt Gono got hurt. That's why Mayfield got on the field.
Yeah.
So that's why you were kind of stuck there. So you got a guy that wasn't really ready for prime time, and you had no other options. Now you've got more depth. Look, I'm not enamored with the idea of Hennessy. Heaven forbid something happens to our new piece.
Sure.
But Bergeron's a guy who's ready to step in and start as a second round. Second round picks are impact picks. That's why I want to see Getty really jump this year.
404-741-0929. It is our Solomon Brothers Diamond text line, guys. You can hit us up and let us know. The thing that I keep stressing, and it's just the facts. We lost 8 games by 6 points, 1 by 8. So 7 by 6 points or less, and 1 by 8, which was the Ravens game. That screams that we don't know how to finish games. But when you're holding teams, Mike, again, and this is important to your point about adding talent on defense, when you're holding teams, we went through a 4-game losing stretch. Think about this. We held the Commanders to 19 points, the Steelers to 19, and the Saints to 21. And the Ravens to 17, and we lost all 4 of those games.
Right.
You're telling me that we can't get to the 24-point mark, and it's a different conversation we're having within that 4-game stretch.
Right.
That is what they have to do this season and be better. So as much as I want to improve the defense, and I do, but I've been saying this is an offensive league. All these teams that are doing something in the postseason, they have dynamic offenses. It doesn't guarantee you're going to win. The Eagles got there. They scored, 35 points in the Super Bowl, Mike? You should have won the game.
Right.
But it doesn't guarantee that you're going to win. But you got to have that to get there. We can't be scoring 9, 16, 13, 17 points and expecting to win these football games.
Now, you added all these pieces. We added the best safety available. You brought in Onyemata, talked about all the other. Again, we just from the roster, we've almost doubled, if not tripled, the sack numbers from last year just from what the guys did. Now, hopefully they'll project those same kind of numbers this year. So, yeah, Jalen Carter, we talked a lot about it, but it just, at the end of the day, they decided not to go there, and we already covered why not. But we've already kind of addressed it in the short term and the long term on the defensive line. Calais Campbell might not be here more than a year, but if he can do the job and help these younger guys along, great. And, oh, by the way, we're also not jammed up. Guys, it's another thing. You guys act like we spent all this money and now we have no more money anymore. No. The Falcons now have good cap management. We can go do free agents next year. We can do hopefully these guys evolve. We don't have to go the free agent route. But that's another concern. Got money. We're finally in the good place. We've come out. We're not underneath. We're not upside down on the car, right? Yeah. So now you go and say, let's go rock and roll on this offense. Create the same dynamic we had in 16. How do you think Vic Beasley got all those sacks? Because we were up by 10 points in half those games. You know, that helps. Takes the pressure off.
It does. All right, guys. It's Dukes and Bell at Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. We will open up the phone lines a little bit later again for you as we started the show today because we want to hear from you. Coming off this weekend, there are a lot of people who feel like, hey, I didn't necessarily like what they did. And you have every right to feel that way. I don't know if there's anybody out there right now that can predict, that this team is going to be a playoff team. Now, Mike and I believe we should be. We should be.
I think this team is, and by the way, I think this team has got to be a playoff team, if I'm honest.
But I hear you, and we want to make sure that you're represented as well. But if you are where we are, and I think Mike loves it, I don't want to speak from, I love what we did in this draft. I just do. Now, how many players do we get out of this draft? Because there are going to be some undrafted free agents that come in and some guys, and you may find a diamond in the rough. But to Mike's point, pick 1, 2, and 3, and I think pick 4, Clark Phillips, are going to affect your football team in one way or another. And I'm not telling you Zach Harris is going to be a 10-sack guy. That's unrealistic. But I do think, Mike, that with the rotations and the way that Ryan Nielsen wants to play, he will get some run. We'll see the Ebikadis, the Ogundejis, all these. But All I care about is what the numbers look like. We can be a team that gives up yards, but at the end of the day, are we getting the stops we need to get off the field? That's all I care about.
Right. And again, I'm not saying I'll put a moratorium on debating Jalen Carter because I know this thing's going to be going all the way through next season until we actually have something to look at on the field. But there's just, it is what it is. The Eagles they love Georgia players. I've railed about it. Maybe I created this dynamic by my belly aching crawl for 15 years that they don't take Georgia players. And this year, any other Falcon draft that I've been in Atlanta for, if we had taken Bijan Robinson, guys would be doing somersaults down Peachtree. Because that's all you guys want is offense. And we're giving it to you. And no, it's not right this year. So it's almost like, mush. There's dogs. Hey, by the way, they did draft Schaefer last year. He's a Bulldog. And they brought in the other tight end last year, for what it's worth.
Yeah.
But I get it. And then, and by the way, maybe we get a chance.
One's not enough, Mike.
We get a chance to talk to Terry. Nolan Smith, I'm curious where there was the Pro Football Talk. There were a couple of teams that tried to trade back into the back of the first round. And I don't know if that was for Myles Murphy or Nolan Smith. So perhaps it is. But again, that doesn't mean anything to the fans. He didn't get them.
No.
But the Eagles do gobble up dogs. That's what they do.
Yeah. And he went, what did Nolan go? 30th, I believe. 30th in the first round. So he went late in the first. And that was a surprise.
He went 30th to the Eagles, yeah.
I mean, again, this is why these projections sometimes with your mock drafts stink. He was like 15 to 20, wasn't he?
Myles Murphy went 28, by the way, for you guys who want us to go Myles Murphy.
I mean, it's just like, really? So sometimes we cannot predict how these things shake out. But then sometimes there's a lot more information out there about where these teams are thinking about going. Mm-hmm. All right, we've got more to get to. Yeah, man, no man's on the way. We'll find out what Turtle did on his vacation and what did Stetson Bennett have to say about being drafted in the 4th round by the Rams. You'll hear it coming up in less than 30 minutes. It's Dukes and Bell on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
to more Dukes and Bell.
This is fun. On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Wake up, wake up, wake. It's Dukes and Bell. Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Thank you for this, Big Bo. I hadn't heard this in a while. By the way, heard the reviews for the Swiftie concert were amazing. How many people? 180,000 people this weekend down at Taylor Swift, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So, yeah, if you guys had tickets and now you're broke, congratulations. You went and saw Taylor Swift. But, Mike, I heard it was great. We've talked about it. Not my cup of tea.
Right.
I like Swiftie's music. But, you know, as far as like, hey, and my daughter was never into Taylor Swift like that. So some of her friends went. But I heard it was great. I'm just saying. We'll talk more about it coming up later. Chris has got Yeah Man, No Man coming up here in a second. Also, we're going to talk more about Stetson Bennett being drafted. Mike predicted that he would go, I think we talked about third round even at one point.
Right.
But he goes in the fourth round to the Rams.
Right.
And I think this might be a little bit of a shocker for some people, not all, that he went in the fourth round.
Yeah, man, I thought he'd be a fourth-round guy. I thought somebody saw the skills and the fact that this dude went up against elite competition and delivered the goods. So, hey, man, and a 25-year-old. So, I think you're dealing with a complete rookie. You just got to obviously make sure he knows where his Airbnb is when he's in the Metroplex.
Yes. You know what, Mike, though? Do you think that really hurt him? Or this is where he should have landed?
I think like anything else in the world, there's probably 10% of the general managers or personnel people that went, okay.
Yeah.
And then others who don't give a flip over. Just like the Jalen Carter dynamic. Some guys are cool with it. There's levels of things which are, to me, red flags.
I'm with you. I totally agree. All right, guys, more to get to. Let's get to Yeah Man, No Man.
It's time for Yeah Man, No Man. He's the former MVP of his high school football team. Not really. From New Jersey.
The Cavs are here.
And gives rapid-fire questions. Here's the executive producer of the Dukes and Bell Show, Chris Thomas.
Well, you look relaxed. Little tan, maybe? How was vacay? I can't hear you.
Apparently it continues.
I can't hear you, Turtle. How was vacay?
Testing.
Yes.
Testing.
You're fine.
I got to be honest. The engineer's microphone on our program, it's kind of like the engine room on the Enterprise. Scotty was always having to fiddle in something. Scotty, I need warp speed at 5 minutes. We're all dead. I'm working on it, Captain. She won't take full warp. Apparently, there's always some degree of malfunction with that microphone.
Well, I could say this. I miss the sunshine. I miss the pool. I miss the dogs. And I miss the stocked fridge full of food and beer.
Yeah, all I got was, when your vacation started, was a picture of some alcohol and a Diet Coke. What were you drinking?
Yeah, Jack Daniels and a Diet Coke. That's exactly what many of them, I might add.
All right.
And then, we switched to Tito's and club soda later in the week.
Very nice.
Be a little bit more respectable. But no, it was amazing. What can I say, Carl and Mike? When you get a week off and you get a whole house to yourself, you really feel like
Ferris Bueller
letting loose. Yeah, it was a lot of walking around in the
doing
underwear.
A mohawk with your shampoo and thinking Duncan Shane and doing all that.
I'm not going to confirm or deny that, Mike.
There is something, Turtle. There is something about being alone in a big house by yourself and just being able to do whatever the hell you want to do. I agree with you. I totally agree.
I was left a vehicle to traverse around wherever I
Now, by the way, are you legal to drive being a city boy and not having a car in Midtown?
I'm a valid driver's
license. All right, I just want to make sure I have the skills there.
He said valid.
I mean, it's the skills.
Doesn't get much use these days, but it's valid.
All right. So a little like riding a bike.
Yeah. Well, you know what? I actually got a lift here for the Saturday show from none other than my old sports radio compadre, Mr. Squidbilly.
Oh!
How about I got a ride in the truck.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way,
did he put you in the back?
Yeah. By the way, Squidbilly somebody heard the bit we did earlier, just a little riff. Actually, we weren't even a bit.
We were just having fun. We were talking about your vacation and him,
and how
never
you go on
vacation.
vacation. Like when I go on vacation, the station can burn to the ground. Not that I hope that happens, but I'm on vacation. But you don't engage. Squidbilly would always be listening, watching, judging, and we did the riff on that. And somebody, of course, is like anything we do on this show, it becomes the telephone game. And then somebody, a provocateur, goes, Dukes and Bell, we're killing you, man. Carl was laughing hard.
Well, it was funny.
And this again.
Am I supposed to sit here being silent?
And then Squidbilly, yeah, man, I'm always in their head. And I don't. So now Squidbilly's fired up, and I tried to explain it was fun. It wasn't mean spirited, but it doesn't matter now because the toothpaste is out of the tube. Back to you, producer Chris.
Well, some friendly promotion of another show on our station is fine by me, gentlemen.
I agree.
That's how
I
how
agree.
I'll leave that one. But Mike,
listen to the Steakhouse too, please.
yeah, what a
Right
perfect segue, and you didn't even know it. So you talked about burning. We may have an arsonist in our midst, boys.
What are you talking about?
Because young up and comer at this station, speaking of the morning shift, Dylon Matthews.
Dylon!
Thought it would be a good idea on a Monday morning to make his crew some breakfast. So what did he do? He brought in some waffles.
Okay.
And he was going to be making waffles. But he didn't know how to make waffles, Carl. He didn't know.
Wait. So are we talking about like homemade
Lego?
waffles?
No, like Lego Maego.
Oh,
I walk in today, and the smell is coming down the hallway. And the first thing I thought of was, and there was a phrase called head shop for people of a certain age. You'd go to the place that would sell, I don't know, drug paraphernalia at the mall. Usually it was next to or a part of a Spencer's Gifts.
True.
You know, you get your Led Zeppelin posters there. That's what the entire office smells like right now. It's like a note of patchouli. So do they try to cover up the burnt waffle with like some spray, some floral spray?
So
Incense.
So
That's
what
what it
had
smelled like
happened
to me.
was he thought since the waffles were a little frozen,
right,
he needed to stick them in the microwave for 5 whole minutes.
Wait a minute. Are you telling me Dylan's never made an instant waffle?
I don't know if he's never made them, but he certainly didn't know how to make them in a microwave.
I mean, a microwave, I would say
30 seconds.
40 seconds
You don't
tops.
need this
5 minutes?
So his claim was that while he was doing his show prep, the waffles went from smelling really good to smoke coming out of the microwave in a matter of a few minutes.
He's lucky this place didn't catch fire.
Exactly.
You know what this smells like? It smells like a Grateful Dead concert or a Widespread Panic. That's what it smells like. It smells like sitting behind a female Widespread Panic fan.
So then
that mix of like patchouli and perfume. That's what it smells like.
Our good friend Oren
right.
had some sort of fragrance in his knapsack, which was then sprayed in abundance.
Well, first off, how much? A 60-gallon drum?
That's what it apparently. He's a big man. He can carry a lot of fragrance.
Yeah, but you can't cover up a burn smell. That's the problem. It just makes it worse. It makes it worse. Dylan, I cannot even believe that we're talking about this. Who puts Lego Maego in the microwave for 5 minutes?
Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But
I mean, if you wanted to defrost something like a giant slab of meat, maybe 5 minutes.
What?
Okay, but you're not doing that with a waffle, which is waffle thin.
Oh,
so basically, Dylan is a dumpling, is what you're telling me right now when it comes to the microwave.
He's a young buck. He's learning. He's learning how to grow and navigate through this place we call life.
I don't know.
The trials and tribulations.
I wish you guys at home could smell what the studio, the hallways, everything smells. You smell like you walked into a Spencer's Gifts in 1984.
Well, and the thing is, usually, like if you're burning one, then you try to cover up that smell. That's what immediately came to my mind when I came in and said, "Chris, what's up with this smell?"
Like somebody was smoking a joint in their parents' house, and mom knocks on the bathroom door, and then you sprayed mom's Chanel No. 5 over the week.
Right. Yeah, you're trying to cover it up. Unbelievable.
Or in college, we had the Glade.
Right.
So let me ask you a serious question. This is Yeah Man, No Man. It's Dukes and Bell Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. We're going to talk dogs coming up. Dogs dominated this draft. We'll get more into the Jalen Carter decision by our Falcons and talk more about what the Falcons did. Do we know where the fire extinguisher is in this place? Seriously. Seriously.
Well, where's the defibrillator? That's more of a concern for me on a daily basis.
I'm just asking. Big Bo, Turtle, where's the fire extinguisher?
Well, you know what? Maybe we should ask our assistant brand manager.
I think, you know what he does? He keeps it in his office. He keeps it nice and tucked away in his locked office in case of emergency.
It sounds like
I'm serious. What if that happened this morning? Where's the
sounds
fire
like something the assistant brand manager should have a handle on.
I don't know. Guys, I'm in it from the start. I don't even know where the fire extinguisher is. Is there one in there?
Well, it's a good thing we have so much water readily available to help if there's a fire that would break out.
There is no water up here.
Paranoia and insecurity and
There is no water. What are you talking about?
I don't know, Carl.
You have to go downstairs to get the water.
Oh.
All right. Never mind. Never mind.
One quick one. One actual story.
By the way, more people have jumped on Twitter now. They're saying, "Oh, they're slamming you, Bo. Will you guys stop with this with Squidbilly?
They're just
This is comedy. He knows. Well, he used to know what comedy is. Now he's just going to create more tension, and we're just having fun. So stop being provocateurs. Back to you, Turtle.
Just promoting, Mike. So we're going to get something maybe for the last time. And I think it's kind of going under the radar a little bit because it was such a busy sports weekend. And Draymond Green spoke about it after the Warriors knocked off the Kings in Game 7. We're getting LeBron and Steph. One show for the road here, boys. Listen to Draymond.
What I will say is stop trying to turn the page on us so fast. Stop trying to turn the page on Bron so fast. We get so caught up in what's the next thing that we don't appreciate the current. And then you get to the next thing and looking back like, man, I wish we still had that. I wish we could still see this. So for me and our guys, we're going to appreciate this every step of the way.
Well, for a team that couldn't win on the road, I got to be honest. You and I were talking about this over the weekend. Didn't you? I think it was you. I think a monster night from Steph Curry's in order. Guess what?
Yeah, you got it.
You got it.
Yeah.
That's the superstar stuff that Trey provided up in Boston, right, in Game 5. And unfortunately, the team just kind of fizzled out. But that's the superstar stuff other guys have been doing, and nobody does it better than Steph Curry on that stage in the most hostile environment ever in Sacktown.
Nobody's ever done what he did, 50 in a Game 7. Think about that. Mike, Magic, Bird, Duncan,
LeBron,
Kobe.
Right.
I mean, like, that is special, Mike. So, yeah, it was absolutely incredible. And Draymond's right. I want to enjoy this. The unfortunate thing is, like, every time LeBron's teams ran into the Warriors in their prime, because this is the tail end, in, between 2014 and, all those series that they played, there was only one time that LeBron won, and that was the comeback from 3-1. They were down. And then every other time, Mike, Golden State was just way better.
And just as a sidebar, because I know it's been brought up, because when we talked about wrestler not wanting to get into luxury tax, and Red Velvet comes up, and we get into Kyle Herter. 7 points in a game. 7.
Kevin Herter?
In 28 minutes. Couldn't hit anything. 1 of 6 for 3, 2 of 9 altogether.
That's
Herter.
That's the difference between the defending champs and a team that's on the rise.
Right.
Took care of business. All right, boys, we got to run. Pleasure to be back. And as I say that, I also say, Bo, hit my music. Dukes and Bell, Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Yeah, we're having some fun on a Monday. We're going to come back. We're going to talk about all these dogs that were picked in the NFL draft. 1, 2, 3, 4, 10. We'll get into all of that and what Stetson Bennett had to say about going to the Rams next on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
is Dukes and Bell, Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Bijan Robinson, was the first-round pick for our Atlanta Falcons. As Mike and I have been analyzing the day, Matthew Bergeron from Syracuse, Zach Harrison, defensive lineman, edge guy from Ohio State, and then you go Clark Phillips from Utah, a corner, and those are your first 4 picks. And then we had to wait, Mike, until the 7th round to get the additional 2 picks at 224 and 225. But I like, DeMarco Helms. I think, again, I have no expectations for a 7th-round pick. But when a guy plays at Alabama, I feel like he can come in and probably contribute to your football team in some way.
Right, and I know some of the phrases, the buzzwords you hear during the combine and leading up to the draft, eye discipline. So don't get caught sneaking or peeking into the backfield and do a little bit better. But I think, as you said, anyone who played for Bama, I think is worth a shot. Same thing some people would say, anybody who played at Georgia is worth a shot, which gets us back to who was taken and who wasn't taken. We gave you a breakdown earlier in the show, guys, of the sequence where they picked. But the only shot you would have had since you passed on Jalen Carter was perhaps try to trade up for Nolan Smith, which maybe they did, maybe they didn't. They were rumored to have had from Pro Football Talk on Friday.
Yeah, that's the part. Maybe some of those secrets get revealed, but usually they don't, because then if you found out that they had plans on potentially drafting a guy and didn't do it, it probably makes you more upset, right? So a lot of that stuff is innuendo, but I really like the class. I think we addressed needs, and I think we added star power with Bijan. And we got an offensive guard, which is something Mike desperately wanted, and I think they addressed those 2 things outside of the other guys. We're going to talk more about the Falcons coming up. Joe Patrick's going to join us at 5 o'clock, an hour from now, and help us break down all of this stuff. Right now, though, let's talk some dogs.
Dukes and Bell on the sidelines with the dogs.
How about them dogs? Jalen Carter, Broderick Jones, Nolan Smith, Darnell Washington, Keely Ringo, Stetson Bennett, Chris Smith, Robert Beal, Warren McClendon, Kenny McIntosh, all going to live their dream. Mike, I got to say this, man. You're lucky in college if you ever get a chance to play for a national championship. And some of these guys are going into the league with 2 chips, and some of them are going to perfect situations. I know we were surprised a little bit about Darnell Washington going to, pick 93 to the Steelers. But at the end of the day, I like that. I think that's a perfect place for him.
Right.
No,
I'm with you. I thought there was a couple of players. Certainly, had we been able to trade. And again, another part of this, guys, when you want somebody and he's slated at a certain spot, and we can continue to debate till the cows come home, or when the Falcons play the Eagles in the playoffs about who got it right and who got it wrong on Jalen Carter versus Bijan Robinson. But until that time, we can look at where guys went, and there was a big gap. And again, if you were going to move down to 14 to where the Steelers picked, or 12 or something like that, but they earmarked that they could get a big-time plug-in guard/tackle in the 2nd round, which they did.
So the word on the street is, for Broderick Jones, this is really funny, in that 1st round, and we kind of talked a little bit about this Friday, which, Mike, gets us back to why the Falcons made the trade to go get their offensive lineman. The Jets really wanted Broderick Jones. They were ready to take him. And then the Steelers made the trade and basically jumped in front of him and got him. And so you talk about if you see a guy that you really feel like, hey, that's the guy I want, you go get him. Nolan Smith goes 30 to the Eagles. We're just breaking this down, guys. We talked about Darnell going to the Steelers. Keely Ringo, Mike, to the Eagles as well. And again, that was pick 105. But that's 3 dogs that are going to the Eagles, and they picked a few already last year. We know now, and everybody's making fun about this being the Philadelphia Dogs, right, or the Athens Eagles, or however you want to say it.
The Philly Beagles.
It's funny, but the fact of the matter is, I think Howie Roseman gets the fact that these guys, they come in, they're ready to play. Keely Ringo goes into a situation, Mike, he's got 2 stud corners.
Right.
He can just learn. He doesn't have to be a star there, and they can hopefully develop him as a guy that I thought should have gone earlier, but nevertheless, he goes 105. Stetson Bennett goes pick 128, Mike, to the Rams. What do you think?
I thought he was going to be a 4th rounder. I even thought somebody might take a flyer on him in the 3rd just because of the pedigree. And again, we just talked about, people with an affinity for Bulldogs or an affinity for playing in big games. Now, he was a Heisman finalist, but because, so much was made about, Bryce Young's height. Well, Stetson Bennett, I think when we talk about arm strength, he reminds me of Drew Brees. He can make all the same throws. I don't think there was a throw that wasn't in to be honest, Stetson Bennett's repertoire is in the big moments for Georgia. In any of the big shootouts, any of the big games against Ohio State or Alabama, or obviously the national championship game was a beatdown, but they loved what they saw. did their due diligence on him, and so they take a guy who can sit maybe a year, maybe two. Now, again, he's going to have to earn a starting job, and he's going to have to show it in practice and in preseason, but Matthew Stafford's going to be there for a while, and maybe Bennett gets a shot, maybe he doesn't. But of all the places Bennett could land to try to get 3 years in a pension, I'll take the Rams under Sean McVay.
Stetson Bennett was talking about this situation for him and how long he's been thinking about it.
We worked a long time for this, not really directed at this, but just directed at getting football and everybody sacrificed. My family, my brothers, my sister, mama, daddy. It's been a long time coming, and, I'm grateful for them and everything they've done.
Stetson Bennett was also talking about Sean McVay buying in on him as a football player. Listen, when you're playing for the Dogs and you've been as good as they've been over the last couple of seasons, you've got all these NFL coaches and scouts watching. And the thing about this is teams were scouting Stetson Bennett even last year when they won the chip against, before the TCU championship against Alabama. And then he makes the decision to come back. Mike, I think it was the best decision for him. I really do. He could have left, but coming back, I think, gave him this chance. I don't think winning the championship against Alabama, he gets this opportunity.
You think about where he could have been drafted, or if he goes out, he doesn't get drafted. If he goes after next year, so he comes back, gets a little more abuse, right, from the offensive coordinator, but who moves out of the NFL, and he becomes a better quarterback because of it. You could argue, right?
I think so. Let's hear Stetson Bennett talking about Sean McVay.
Yeah, I'm a football player. I enjoy playing football. I love my teammates. I love the locker room. I love, trying to execute. I love competing against the best. And, it helps when you got the best on your team. And I think we do. Not that I know that much, but, obviously won a Super Bowl in the past few years. You know what you're doing. And so I'm excited to go learn. And yeah, I mean, it is, it's an honor that those coaches and GM and thought enough of me to pick me, and now it's my job to go get better every day.
Okay.
Go ahead.
No, I was going to say, it's a really good spot. McVay's, let's be honest, what he did with Baker Mayfield in just less than 36 hours, right? Pretty impressive. And it'll be again, he'll have to earn it. If he doesn't show the signs, he'll go get another quarterback through free agency or the draft. But you could see McVay taking some of the things he did under Todd Monken and working that to his advantage. Once they get a better piece, let's be honest, the Rams, cupboard's empty right now. It's Aaron Donald. You got a few pieces here and there, but they're not the Rams that won the Super Bowl.
No. I would tell you, here's the interesting thing about Stetson Bennett, and I think this plays to his benefit, and I think Stetson can play in the NFL. And I'm not talking about, clipboard. If given the right situation and opportunity to what Mike's talking about. For the last 3 years, leading up to him starting 2 years ago, he was killing these Georgia defenses in practice as a scout team. He's been seeing these guys. He knows what NFL talent looks like. He played against all these guys. Jalen Carter, Broderick Jones, Nolan Smith. He played against all these guys. He knows what that looks like. This is not going to be a wide-eyed, oh, my God, situation for him. He's got 10 guys on his team that just went to the league, and half of them are on defense, so he knows what this looks like. Go back 3 years ago. The guys that had the best defense potentially in NCAA history that gave up 10 points a game, he was a scout team guy. He was playing against those guys. So I believe Stetson Bennett can go to the league with his confidence, and you can say it's cocky. Maybe it is.
Right.
His ability and his escapability, which we've seen, get out of the pocket, make plays. Mike, if he gets a chance, and I don't know if it'll happen this year again, they're committed to Matthew Stafford. They still got a lot of money on the books for him after giving him that extension. But it would not surprise me in 2 or 3 years, we're talking about Stetson Bennett having a real opportunity in the NFL.
I'm with you. And because everything you just said, we talked about the coach, the system, how you saw what Mayfield did, just in a small sample size. And that's a guy he reminds me of a little bit. But I think he's just, he does all the things. And again, why the height, the measurables, why doesn't he get the same consideration that Anthony Richardson, who's totally raw? Because Anthony Richardson looks like Cam Newton. And he's got an arm, and the upside is going to be just, monumentally higher than Bennett. Maybe this is as good as Bennett gets. By the way, the best quarterback in college who won the Davey O'Brien Award is Max Duggan.
Yeah.
Duggan goes, pick 239, 7th round to the Chargers to sit behind Justin Herbert.
I saw that. Mike,
so it's just the way they evaluate it, guys.
I didn't think he was going to get picked.
I thought for a minute he was going to slide all the way out, too.
I didn't think he was
going
to
look
get
at
picked.
Levis. Look at Levis' situation.
Yeah, no doubt. It's Dukes and Bell at Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. We're talking about the Dogs, guys, and coming off this draft this weekend. Here's another just, news note. because it's slotted. So when you get picked, you guys know, and the teams know automatically, especially on these rookie deals, what guys are going to get. Jalen Carter's signing bonus is going to be $12.8 million, and the total value of his contract is going to be $21.8 million. So this is why we were talking about being able to handle, all right, the maturity stuff and whatever concerns you might have. As I'm handing you a check, and then over the next 4 years, this is what you're going to get. I need to know you can handle this, and we're gonna see. And again, this is not a knock on Jalen Carter, but we talked about that in terms of this financial investment. It's a huge investment. Broderick Jones going to the Steelers, Mike. He's getting a $9 million signing bonus. I mean, that's not chump change. So when you get drafted at this level and you are a first-round pick, that expectation's there, and these teams are like, look, we got to count on you to make the right decisions.
Right. So I think Will Levis, I was looking at some of those numbers and where we thought the quarterbacks were going to go. Hayden, was it Hunter from Tennessee? Some of the guys are like, okay, what about the other quarterbacks? Are they going to a good spot? I thought that Hendon Hooker going to Detroit is a good spot for him because, again, you can wait behind Jared Goff, right?
Yep.
And do your thing that way. And perhaps at some point. Now, the thing about him is by the time he gets on the field, he might be 27, in Detroit if it goes that way. But I was never sold on Goff 100% for that squad anyway. But the other story, and we spent a lot of time on it Friday, why do the Eagles do what they do? Howie Roseman's built the culture out there. And he said when it comes to Jalen Carter and others, he says, quote, and this is from the Dog Nation article that our buddy Connor Riley wrote. We'll talk to him about this on Wednesday. But the Eagles GM says, we're talking about chemistry. We're talking about having guys that have come into a new city, a new environment, a new football team, and now they know people. They're not uncertain. They can go to each other and say, tell me how this works. Tell me about the city. Where should I live, et cetera, not to mention what the team is all about. And he says a lot of things we take for granted when we're talking about the draft process, and now they have people to rely on. So they definitely have a on for Georgia players, and I understand it because I've been lobbying for us to get a lot of Georgia players. And I wanted Jalen Carter until I didn't. And now we'll see. And now only time will tell. And hope you guys keep your receipts on Twitter. We can chirp about this down the road.
Yeah, I'll say this too, Mike, to Howie's comments. There is something to looking at a dude that you played with, won with, cried with, and now I'm in the league. I don't let that guy down either. Like, there is something to that. I don't disagree with what Howie Roseman's saying. Now, you can't have a whole locker room of every guy on the team, but if you have guys that are familiar with each other, it does kind of help you. It does kind of push you because they know your buttons. They know what gets you motivated. And they also know, like, hey, you're slacking. And there's nothing better than having a guy that you've known for 5 or 4 years or whatever it might be, Mike, to say, hey, come on, man. Come on, bro. Like, Jalen is going to get that. And that's the benefit of him going to Philly.
Says he's got a great staff, and they take the job seriously. They're going to rally around him, give him support he needs to be a great player on the field, et cetera. So, I mean, the kind of things which we talked about. If you've been burned before, do you want to go down that road? Is Jalen Carter going to be the next Aaron Donald, or is it going to be Jadeveon Clowney? Or worse, is it going to be Albert Hainsworth?
Yeah.
We don't know. And I was so into it. I thought it was a no-brainer. And for me, it just didn't become the slam dunk that it was a month and a half or 2 months ago.
Well, after the information that I found out about the concerns, not from one team, multiple, and I came on the radio and I told you guys I don't think they're going to pick him. And I think, Mike, that played out. Right. The Eagles were confident enough coming off of a Super Bowl and the guys they have in that locker room. Some teams can take that chance, other teams cannot.
And one thing I said to you, I think it was earlier in the season, in the offseason, maybe he needs a change of address.
Yeah.
You said that. And all the things that they talked about in that article.
Nolan Smith, by the way, did you see what he said? They interviewed him, and they were like, well, you're surprised that you went 30? And he was like, look, I'm just blessed to be here. And then he was like, and then I get to play with my boys.
Right.
There's something to that. I mean, I'll see. We'll see how it plays out. I agree. The Eagles had a really good draft considering what they needed and adding a lot of depth.
And Kenny McIntosh, if you didn't hear the story, he has an emotional draft. Cole, we got to take a break. We'll tell you more about it in Guy Talk. It's a really cool moment.
Yeah, it is. All right, we're going to get more into what the Falcons did. We're going to open up the phone lines again, Turtle. 404-741-0929. It's a very simple question. Do you like what they did in this draft? Are you conflicted? Or you don't like it? And our first caller today said, look, I am upset that they went with the running back over Jalen Carter. And we had this discussion. Maybe you feel the same way, or maybe you're like me and absolutely love what they did. 404-741-0929. It's Dukes and Bell.
and Bell
is the best. On Sports Radio 92.9, The Game.
Dukes and Bell, Sports Radio 92.9, The Game. We are asking you, how do you feel about our Falcons draft? 404-741-0929. We're opening up the phone lines. Guy Talk's on the way. We're going to get more Falcon conversation with Joe Patrick, who covers our Falcons, coming up at 5 o'clock. Let's talk to Daniel in Ackworth. Daniel, you're on Sports Radio 92.9, The Game. Hey, man, how do you feel about the draft?
I'm a little conflicted, and here's why.
Okay.
I'm a homegrown here. But I am going to say that I like the draft real hard. I'm close to being in love with it. I'm just tired of seeing the homegrown talent in every sport go out of state, out of town, and becoming these ballers when we can be doing that here, bringing championships home. And that's why I'm conflicted. Like, I like what the Falcons are doing. I see where they're going. But I also see my homegrown boys here in basketball, baseball, now football going away, and they're doing big things.
So Dansby Swanson was a homegrown kid. He wasn't drafted here. We traded for him. He was great here. They didn't want to pay him. He went to Chicago, right? Michael Money Harris is from here. This is his dream to play for the Braves. He's homegrown. I get where you're coming from, but I have to tell you that it is rare. Okay, rare. Bud Dupree is a Georgia boy. We just brought him back here. He's been on 4 or 5 different teams. It is rare that a team is able to draft, okay, because of positioning and timing and all the things that go into it, and you're able to get the guy who ends up being really good and he plays for his hometown. It's just rare. So I get what you're saying. And what the argument is, and for those of you who are not following us, is, again, I've had this conversation at the barbershop and everywhere else. Georgia's been really damn good these last few years, and we barely got any Georgia guys on the team, and I get that.
But just to put it in some degree of perspective, because we went 7-10 and 7-10 where we were picking, the big argument last offseason going into the draft, do you go Aiden Hutchinson or do you go Trayvon Walker? Aiden Hutchinson had a hell of a lot better season than Trayvon Walker in Jacksonville. And both teams, I think we could argue, are both kind of similar. And Detroit went a lot further this year, but obviously they're not ready for the playoffs yet. And Jacksonville did go to the playoffs. But you could argue that Trayvon Walker, it's not the slam dunk I think some guys think it is. Nakobe Dean has got 13 tackles, guys, last year. That's not an impact yet. I mean, he may, and it may happen. On the other side of it, I mean, some teams may, and I don't know if there's any correlation from guys looking at Jalen Carter and looking at Georgia and saying, I'm going to get another Isaiah Wilson on my hands. That was an unmitigated disaster at Tennessee. It's just not this. I mean, I know what you're saying because believe me, Carl's had to listen to me bellyache about this nearly every draft. And I added up all the players out of like some 221 picks before this last draft. They only took 7 Georgia Bulldogs for the Falcons. Now, in this case, I'm telling you, Jalen Carter was the most likely guy unless you were going to trade up for Nolan Smith and get back in the first round. And we've already covered why they didn't do it. I thought the interview that Dimitrov did with Steak in the Steakhouse was pretty telling. You've got Tack McKinley losing his mind on stage, and Arthur Blank's going, what's going on here? Fix this. And I just think that the off-the-field stuff scared the Falcons. Now, and only time will tell. And we just gave you within the dog report, they have a really good culture in Philadelphia. Maybe that's the perfect place for him to go. And again, if you can be clairvoyant and tell me that Bijan Robinson's going to be a bust and Jalen Carter's going to be a Pro Bowler and a Hall of Famer, well, then give me some stock tips, okay, because we don't know. I think both, as I said, for the 50th time, both players can be successful. But this one really did seem to strike a nerve with Dog fans who are Falcon fans.
Let's talk to Frank in McDonough. Frank, you're on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. And by the way, Daniel, thank you for your honesty. Frank, what do you think about the draft, man? How do you feel about us?
I mean, how am I supposed to feel? I mean, it seems like no matter what Arthur Smith does, I mean, people are going to give him praise, even though he's, 14 and 20 in his first couple of years? I mean, the previous coaches outside of him, I mean, let's keep it real. Everybody keeps talking about how the Falcons are improving every year, but 7 wins every year for like the past, 4 or 5 years? I mean, people are stuck in mediocrity.
Did you see?
I mean,
do you understand the salary cap?
Hey,
man, real quick, time out. I'll let you finish. Did you understand the salary cap we were up against the last 2 years? Do you understand we had guys playing on defense on 1-year deals? Do you understand the offensive line last year?
Against the salary cap.
I mean, what? What are you talking? Sorry, I'm not going to yell, but dude, I mean, Arthur Blank winning. Some guys would say winning 14 games out of 20 would be an accomplishment based on the talent he was working with.
We shouldn't have won 7 games.
Okay, so when
we shouldn't have.
So when is So when's Arthur Smith on the hot seat? Because this year you had the money, and
Yes.
to me, instead of getting some defensive linemen, I mean, you pretty much in free agency you get guys who are only going to be here for like 1 year. You resign Lorenzo Carter for a year, and then this other guy, you got him who's like 30-something years old, but for 1 year. I'm
this
like,
is the year.
What you going to do next year?
Well, this is the year he's on the hot seat for you, my friend. This is the year that they got to go to the playoffs. This is the year that things have to change.
Frank, we had a quarterback that quit. I mean, honestly, an unreliable quarterback in Marcus Mariota. And again, I understand your frustration, but I don't think taking it out on Arthur Smith is the right direction. Like, honestly, you do what you can do with your budget, and that's what they've done over the last few years. Guys, they walked into a situation. They didn't overpay Matt Ryan. They didn't kick the can down the road and say, hey, we'll continue to do this. That was the former regime, and they walked into that and said, okay, we've got to keep this guy, and because of it, we got to make some adjustments. I just think this is the first year that I could truly say I'm ready to evaluate, because they actually have gone out and done some things that have impressed me, and more importantly, I think impressed people around the NFL, and said, hey, they're actually trying to improve their football team with talent. We haven't really done that in the last 2 seasons. This has kind of been, let's just keep our head above water, okay? And then we're going to see the light. And I think this is the first year that that's going to happen. I'm not telling you we're in our Super Bowl window, but I don't know if, like, saying Arthur Smith is the issue. Lombardi would have won maybe not 7 games with this team. Come on.
But this goes back to, the expectation. Did you look at the guys around the field last year? Did you look at the offensive line? Did you look at some of the defensive players? These guys were literally, some guys on 3 teams in 1 season. You had no money. But now, to your point, and I'll give the caller credit, this is the year where the rubber hits the road.
Yeah.
Because now, what can we criticize Arthur Smith about? If this quarterback, Desmond Ridder, isn't ready, that's on you.
Correct.
If you didn't want to, even though, again, some said they were never, ever, ever going to trade Lamar Jackson, and it was always going to come back to them holding all the cards because they could always match any deal he got. But if you feel that we should have traded up and got a quarterback or taken any of the, I'm not sold on but one of these quarterbacks, then okay, Arthur Smith, that's on you. Desmond Ridder has got to put a freaking season together, and why do you think they drafted Bijan Robinson? We got all these weapons around him, so let's go. Let's rock and roll. But the idea that somehow underachieving, we
overachieved.
We were picked to be the worst team. Go back and look at every single preseason breakdown. We were picked to be the worst team in the league. We were tied for first. Now, granted, the Bucs shot themselves in the foot all season, but we were tied for first 8 freaking games into the season. I mean, I don't mind a criticism, but let's base it on facts and reality.
Frank, appreciate you, man. And if you're frustrated with Coach Art, then the pressure is on, as Mike said, for you. I don't feel that way. I think this is a building process, and we don't have a team where everybody around the league is going, man, they should kill it. That nobody's saying that about us. They're like, oh, okay, they're making some moves. You know who should be killing it? The Eagles, the Chiefs, the Bills. Like, we're not in that league, according to a lot of people around the league, because of personnel. We haven't had the ability to do it. Henry in Sharpsburg, you're up next. Henry, how do you feel about our draft? Welcome to Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Hey, man.
Hey, man.
What's going on, Henry?
Hey, not much, man. Listen, the way I looked at it for Bijan over Jalen, or the other way around, is you have an offense last year that you knew was going to run the football every week, correct, Carl?
Yes.
You knew it.
Yes.
That's what they were doing.
Right.
And they still finished top 5. So why would you not add a guy of that playmaking caliber to the backfield? Add a few more weapons for in the future. You got Pitts, you got Drake, you got Bijan, you got Algiers, who I think is going to be a stud. You got some thunder and lightning. Overall, who's going to have more impact over 17 games? Jalen or Bijan?
Bijan.
That's the question.
Bijan.
I think it's Bijan by far.
I do too.
By far.
Henry,
I'm not mad at it.
Right.
He's going to touch the ball more. And here's the deal. There may be a game where Jalen Carter has an impactful game. Bijan will have the ability to have impactful games because he's going to touch it in so many different ways. I totally agree with Henry. I just do. And that is maybe something hard, Mike, that we're not us, but some of our Falcon fans are trying to get their head around. Like, dude, Jalen, he's going to blow up the O-line and he's going to have 10 sacks. I don't know about that.
He's not.
Well, that's the other thing. If Jalen Carter's here, I mean, just based on the fans that, for years it was a Madden game. Everybody wanted, look, I got guys going, why didn't we draft Roquan Smith? Oh, I don't know, because he was selected 10 spots ahead of where we drafted Calvin Ridley. And we're talking about dogs. And Roquan is a rock star. But at the time, there wasn't a need because we had Debo, right? We had guys that were playing linebacker. I mean, guys, if you're going to have these arguments, at least get your facts straight. Go back and look at the time, put it in the sequence of who was on our roster at the time and why we drafted who we did. Believe me, I'm as frustrated as you guys are. I want action. I want playoffs. I want to be in Mercedes-Benz, and I want to get it rocking. But, I mean, and again, I appreciate everyone's – and the good news is everyone's passionate about this.
They care, Mike.
And that's great. But I think this year is the year we do go, and I think it has to go.
Yeah.
Because Arthur Blank – because if you don't make the playoffs this year, next year, Arthur, you've got to. And then everybody gets blown up, and then we're right back to square one.
Yeah. 5 years, no playoffs, right?
Yeah. It'd be a 4-year plan, I think, if you don't go to playoffs this year.
And now here's the excuse that you can start to take out. And this is something you legitimately couldn't say the last 2 seasons. You've upgraded your talent. You couldn't say that the last 2 seasons.
Didn't have the money to do it.
So when you start to upgrade your talent, the expectation for the coach goes up. And Arthur Smith, he'll come in studio at some point before the offseason is done, and he will sit down, and I guarantee you he will own that because he knows that's the situation. Hey, guys, appreciate the phone calls. We'll open up the phone lines again a little bit later on in the show. Mike Bell, what do we got in Guy Talk?
Hey, man, because everybody wants a dog. This was a heartwarming moment when a dog got drafted late in the NFL draft. We'll play the audio for you for that. And we told you for months, for years, Carl and I were ahead of the curve. Artificial intelligence is ruining everything, including the guy that started it. He even agrees with us. I'll explain coming up next.
It's time for fun. It's time for guy talk.
Never mind.
It's time for shenanigans.
Yeah, man. Shenanigans up in NYC. Had to do a double dip because they had so much bad weather up there. Could you imagine if you and I came on the radio after, let's say, there were 2 rainouts in a row, and we go, we need to put a roof over Truist Park. Get the engineers together and we need a roof over this thing. It's on Native American burial grounds. Rains all the... So there's columns being written in New York saying that the billionaire owner of the Mets needs to put a roof on Citi Field.
Silly.
And you think they call us goobers down here, right? We're supposed to be the nitwits in the South, and this is a major newspaper up in New York, and you got these drives me crazy. Yeah, by the way, how big are you going to make that roof at Citi Field? So planes landing in LaGuardia will crash into it? What's the plan on that? Anyway, the Braves do get the win today. Boy, it was a strange roller coaster in Game 1. Just in a nutshell, Ronald Acuna hit a ball that hasn't landed yet. He was up there like Alonso territory in the 3rd deck out in left field. That was pretty amazing. Also, 2 3-run homers from Sean Murphy. How about them apples today, brother?
Yeah, Acuna, guys. Acuna for life looks like this is going to be an MVP campaign. I know it's early, right? It's May 1st. But I'm telling you right now, he's rolling, Mike. He's stealing bases. He looks healthy, and he's crushing it at the top of this lineup. That home run, and you'll see it at some point later today if you're rolling around or you're listening on your smart speaker. It was silly.
Right. Hey, man, by the way, not so cool was Vaughn Grissom's 4th error. Some, though, say it comes with an asterisk. Jeff McNeil trying to break up a double play when Vogelbach, the big fat guy in the shirt that doesn't fit, fat guy in a little jersey, although he has lost some weight this year for the Mets. But Vogelbach hits into a double play. McNeil goes about 5 feet right of second base to take out Vaughn Grissom, whose throw sails, and then it creates kind of a big inning for the Mets. So anyway, long story short, they do eke it out, but Minter gives up a home run. Carl, it's never easy to a guy batting 172. They pinch hit Escobar.
Yikes.
And he gave up a home run. So Braves do win, but it was a lot closer than it should have. With the win, the Braves are now 4 games ahead of the Mets. The Marlins right now are in 2nd place as they get ready to start Game 2.
It's crazy. What about the Pirates? Anybody talking about the Pirates? Anybody talking about, no?
Without their best player.
It's crazy.
By the way.
It's crazy.
Yeah, man. And that's good for them, man. Those fans deserve it. They're finally giving some guys some contracts. Hey, here's a story which I thought was a little bit interesting. You and I have talked a little bit about AI for a long time. And with all due respect to Steve Jobs, I know some people put up for sainthood, the cell phone has ruined society. It's just, we're a bunch of adults for this thing, and everybody, an entire world with their face in the phone. The guy who invented the godfather of AI, the reason I bring this up, big article today in the New York Times, has just quit his job at Google. And now he says he partly regrets his work advancing the technology because of the risks it poses to society.
Yeah, this is the guy in the Terminator movie that has the big house that they try to go find to figure
Skynet.
out to figure a way to shut this thing down. This is what this is.
Right.
Mike, social media, we talk about guidelines and boundaries and all this stuff all the time and other things. And when social media started, right, if you talk to some of the inventors, like the guy who invented like the what is it you like on Facebook? What is it? The heart on Facebook? The guy who invented that says he wishes he never would have done that because we now understand the impact that it has mentally on people.
Right. Especially teenagers and children.
In these affirmations we get from social media, right? The whole like your tweet thing. They wish they wouldn't have done that, right? They also wish they wouldn't have had the number of followers because that makes people's egos go nuts. There's so many things like you look at now and you go, well, can we change it? And they're trying to change some of it, and some of it they're not. But this AI thing, I'm just going to give you an example. And this is a real story that's out there, okay? Drake, the real artist Drake, and The Weeknd, this happened a couple of weeks ago, allegedly released this song. And
called Heart on My Sleeve.
Correct. And this ghostwriter, which if you're not familiar with the music business, basically ghostwriter is a dude or people in the studio who help these big artists, okay, with songs, whether it's writing, producing, however it may be. But this ghostwriter puts out this Heart on My Sleeve song. This song was all AI. AI mimicked the voice of Drake. It mimicked the voice of The Weeknd. And then when you hear this song, and I'm going to play just a little bit for you, if you didn't know any better, you'd be like, oh, that's Drake and The Weeknd. Mike, this is a problem. Sounds
right,
just like Drake. And the point is, Mike, AI can do this
Well, what about your favorite artist now being mimicked and taken advantage of, or maybe putting a song out and you're like, oh, listen, there's that new Taylor Swift song. It's not Taylor, it's AI.
Right.
This, I'm just telling you, like Napster was an issue back in the day. This is going to be an issue.
We had the story, I think it was 2 weeks ago I had it for you, Turtle. I was talking about, it was last week. It was a German newspaper. They did an interview with Michael Schumacher, who, since he had a brain injury skiing years ago, can't communicate. And they created an entire article using an AI program to how Michael Schumacher would respond to the question. Needless to say, the family was not thrilled with that. So there's a lot of implications for this, including artists' rights, people getting ripped off. Now, the idea of making movies, Carl, where you can just basically simulate what Tom Hanks looks like and sounds like and cut him out of the picture. So technically, Tom Hanks could be dead 50 years from now. They'll be making movies with young Tom Hanks. It's creepy, isn't it?
It's creepy, and I think as good as technology is now, it's only going to get better. And, Mike, this completely changes the game. That's just from a music angle. Right. We're not even talking about the other stuff that it can do.
Right. By the way, when does the AI Dukes and Bell just come together?
That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about.
Just take some like 6 or 7 of our classic boilerplate takes and arguments.
Dude, I've seen
do your job.
I've seen stuff out here.
Attach that to AI, and there you go.
They put all these voice
put them up
impressions in the computer, and then boom, it's able to calculate.
Well, here, the next piece of audio I can 100% guarantee is the real Kenny McIntosh talking to Schneider, the real general manager of Seattle. This is one of the heartwarming. I thought it was a heartwarming and overwhelming moment. Randy Mack talked about this earlier today. It's kind of cool to see a guy get his crack. He fell a long way in the draft, but take a listen when they called up Kenny Mack to tell him he was a Seahawk.
Kenny?
Yes, sir.
Hey, Kenny, it's John Schneider with the Seahawks. How you doing, bud?
I'm doing good. What's going on?
Good, man. We're going to take you right here at 2:37, okay?
Appreciate you, man. Thank you.
You ready to come in and work, man? Let's go. You're too talented to be sitting here right now, okay?
Yes, sir. I know that, man.
All right. Let's hear it for Kenny, y'all. Woo! All right, Kenny. Hey, here's Coach Carroll. Okay, buddy?
Kenny, congratulations.
I appreciate it.
That's good stuff. And it goes on to say, yeah, let's talk to your mom, talk to your dad, and they all continue to congratulate him. The long clip is at Dog Nation. A couple other sites have got it. But I love it because there's a dude we thought maybe 5th round, 4th round, right?
Yep.
6th round worst, right, for Kenny McIntosh.
I'm very happy. First of all, I'm happy for all these guys, man, to get a chance to live their dream. And the idea, you don't get to choose your team, right? You don't. It's not like, hey, if I don't go here, I'm not playing. He goes to the Seahawks. I just think, again, some of these places these guys are going is like a perfect opportunity for them. It might not be for everybody, but I love Seattle going with Kenny McIntosh.
Hey, man, we got a Falcon Report, more breakdown of the draft coming up, but I do have some news. It's a bit breaking, and I hope nothing's broken with Ronald Acuna, because we were just talking about the amazing start Ronald Acuna's off. So everybody's saying MVP stuff. Hopefully it's just going to be some bruising. He took a Tyler McGill fastball to the right upper shoulder blade, Carl. It looked really bad. He was writhing in pain. They put Pilar in to run for him, so he's out of game 2 up there at Citi Field.
Now, remember, we just talked about a monster home run from Acuna in game 1. I mean, a monster shot. I'm so sick and tired of these teams thinking that they can just hit Ronald Acuna whenever the hell they want, and there's no recourse. Braves, do something. We saw it the last few seasons with the Marlins. Just take advantage of this situation. This is our rival.
Right.
You can tell me that was a fastball in and it just came up on him. I'm going to call BS.
Yeah. I mean, look, for guys, I know this one gets a little tricky because not everybody grew up in the era we grew up in when it comes to this sort of stuff. They have got to go after the first batter for the Mets. They got to put him on his ass. And somebody gets ejected, so be it. If you lose a game in the standings, it's the same crap that Mattingly used to do.
Who cares?
Look, Soto pulls this. Alonso looks at his shots. The Mets have got a bunch of players who enjoy their handiwork, so let's cut the crap and nail in Acuna again.
Yeah.
Especially because, heaven forbid, there's something broken up there because it looked like it's over the padding. It's basically almost getting shot where you're trying to like scratch your back and you can't reach over your shoulder. It looked bad.
Well, listen, he's a tough guy, man. He's been hit before, and one of these things, sometimes you might, it's exactly right. You're exactly right. It's the spot in which you get hit in. Right. I could go on and on about this.
Well, guess what? Brandon Nimmo gets to pay the price for McGill being a tough guy.
I could go on and on about this. I've been talking about this for 3 years. About Don Mattingly and people just taking shots at Acuna. Oh, they don't like his antics. I don't give a damn. You're either with us or you're against us. And it's the Mets. All right. More to get to, including Joe Patrick, who's going to join us. That just happened. Acuna is out for game 2. Unbelievable. We'll talk more about what the Falcons did with Joe Patrick next on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
5 o'clock. It's 5 o'clock on the most listened to sports talk show for your ride home.
What?
It is time for the Falcons Report.
Guns it. Caught. Touchdown Atlanta in the end zone. Caught. Touchdown. You shall not pass.
The 5 o'clock Falcons Report.
Oh, my heavens.
The 5 o'clock Falcons Report is brought to you by Jack Daniels. Make it count. Jack Daniels, please drink responsibly. And sponsored by MD Anderson Cancer Center on Dukes and Bell.
We are Dukes and Bell. We start off every day and every hour by saying, hey, man. Hope you enjoyed some ice cold Hey Man Ale this weekend. The original OG 5% blonde or the watermelon lime. Guys, appreciate all the pictures over the weekend. Hashtag Dukes and Bell tailgate at home. Ronald Acuna left the game against the Mets. It's a doubleheader today because of the rain over the weekend. One of our listeners, Josh, says, well, you know what? McNeil with the dirty slide, and now this.
That's what I said. Look, guys, I know that for some people out there, they don't understand how the unwritten rules of baseball, which drives everybody crazy. Buck Showalter is trying to send a message, okay? Because Buck Showalter is a Neanderthal.
He's an old school.
And again, I'm not a big fan, but he's trying to do what managers have done for time immemorial. And you can't let this happen. And I know you don't want to see Charlie Morton, get the gate after like one inning, but
who cares?
You've got to protect your star players. It's the same crap that Mattingly did. And I'll give you some examples. Soto does this stuff all the time. Dodgers are throwing at Soto. Padres come right back, and they're hitting the Dodgers. You got to step up for your guy. And I understand Ronald does the same crap that a lot of guys do now. It's not even crap. It's part of the game.
I was going to say it's not,
part of the game.
It's showmanship.
It's crap to old farts. It's fun for us.
It's showmanship. And by the way, entertain me. I have a lot of options. If I'm going to watch a game and my stars are having fun, I'm going to have fun. So I have no issues with it. But I do have an issue with the protection of Ronald Acuna. And I'm so past this. I'm so over this. And we'll see what happens and if the Braves decide to do anything.
Right.
But if they don't, I'm going to be very disappointed.
Yeah, you said it. Morton knows where to pick his spots. But this is where, it's old school baseball. But the Mets started this crap because they're now in third place.
Yeah, that's true. Let's talk to our buddy Joe Patrick. Guys, it's all about the draft. We've been talking about it all day. We will let you chime in coming up in about 35 minutes. So if you have something to say about our draft or you want to get in on, I think this is the best draft we've had, or I really did what we did, or I don't like it, we'll give you that opportunity. Joe Patrick was at Flowery Branch all weekend. As a matter of fact, I saw him up there Friday, and he was Zooming interviews with draft picks. Joe, first of all, great job with the coverage and everything that went on this weekend. I'm curious, because you were there all weekend and you got a chance to hear from Arthur Smith and Terry Fontenot literally on every one of these draft picks, and then you got a chance to obviously talk with Bijan. We did as well. What is your sense around the building? Like, it's one thing we see these videos, right, and everybody's in the war room, and they're going crazy. But, like, you get a chance to get a feel and a sense of, okay, we really do feel good about our draft. What do you think how the Falcons feel right now?
Yeah, no doubt. And it was great to see you guys up there on Friday as well. I think the interesting thing about the Falcons project that they have going on right now is they have so much conviction in what they're doing. And what they are doing, frankly, is a little bit unconventional. I think they are trying to pave a bit of a new road in how to build a successful roster in the NFL. And for the last, 20, 30 years, it's been be terrible, and then get a top draft pick, draft a quarterback, and basically cross your fingers and hope that guy becomes an Aaron Rodgers, a Tom Brady, or whatever it is. Well, I guess Tom Brady wasn't a top pick, but you know what I mean? Like, they're just hoping that you luck into one of these franchise quarterbacks and you can build your team around. I think what the Falcons are doing is actually a little bit of a Moneyball approach for a couple of reasons. One is that obviously the way that they're going to try to implement Desmond Ridder, their rookie last year, obviously, is a little bit different. They're going to try to, they kind of really massaged him, brought him along slowly last year, and then got him a few starts. Now they're putting a lot of talented players around him, a very solid offensive line in front of him, a great running game. All of that means that he doesn't have to do a lot. All he really has to do is get the ball in the hands of some of these playmakers that he has on offense. A lot of young playmakers, a lot of, guys who I think have some cohesiveness for that reason. You've got not just Ridder and Bijan and Kyle Pitts and Drake London. All these guys are really young, and I think that that's also just kind of an emerging group that will help them along the way. Then I think the other kind of Moneyball approach that the Falcons are taking overall, I think just schematically, is as the NFL defenses get smaller to try to cover all these 5-wide, 4-wide spread offenses, the Falcons and Arthur Smith are saying, okay, we'll run the ball right at you and pick up 5-6 yards every single play, and we'll win that way. And that means our quarterback doesn't have to do as much. I would understand, people being upset with Bijan Robinson if the Falcons were a team that wanted to drop back and throw it 40 times a game, but they're not that team. I think Bijan Robinson fits a value for the Falcons because he's going to be involved in basically every aspect of this offense. And so when you connect all these other picks that they're making, I think they had a really, really smart draft. And again, they just have so much conviction in what they're doing. Look at a guy like Matt Bergeron, the second round pick. He's a tackle. He played tackle his entire college career, but they have conviction that he has the traits that's going to be perfect for their left guard spot and what they need at that position. That's just another example of just the way that this team is moving under Terry Fontenot that I think is a little bit different than the way a lot of NFL teams operate, but they certainly have a lot of conviction in what they're doing.
It is our man, Joe Patrick. He was talking to everybody up there at Flowery Branch all weekend long as their new class of 23 got put together. The only one I was a bit meh on, Joe, and I want to get your take on this, was Zach Harrison in round 3, just because he was the 5-star guy. He's got the build. He's got the wingspan like a pterodactyl, 6'6". But the production at Ohio State didn't really match, what they were expecting. And I know we're still trying to get more out of Getty. So what's the logic behind Zach Harrison? Is he a project, or is this going to be able to be an impact guy?
I do think he's a project. I think he's a project that will be able to provide some value for you on the field in the meantime. But the way I see it is he's basically going to be the project that replaces the Ade Ogundeji project, most likely. I mean, those guys will compete, obviously, in training camp. We'll see how it all shakes out when we get to August. But I see Zach Harrison as kind of filling that role, that long-armed defensive end that can help you set the edge, and he gets to learn under one of the best in Calais Campbell. And I think that when you look at the picks that the Falcons made in this draft, I think that when you go back to the first pick, Bijan Robinson is obviously who they selected. Tyree Wilson was taken right before them. You do wonder if the Falcons would actually have gone with Tyree Wilson, considering the fact that they did take Zach Harrison in the 3rd round, and Zach Harrison and Tyree Wilson really fit a very similar mold in the sense that Zach Harrison has the second longest arms. I think only like 5/8 of an inch less than Tyree Wilson. Everybody made so much of a big deal about how long his arms were, and he certainly is a unique prospect from a physical angle. But I think that shows you that was obviously a kind of prototype that they wanted to fill, and they just got a different version of it in Zach Harrison, a guy who obviously didn't have that production, like you said, at Ohio State. But, I'm an Ohio State fan, and I got to say, I was never actually that disappointed with Zach Harrison overall. And I guess part of that is probably because Ohio State always had these great edge rushers, so it's not like Ohio State was really hurting for lack of sacks. But I think that he's a guy who they will be able to bring along slowly, and hopefully he'll be able to learn under some of these guys, these veterans that they've brought in, and he can develop. And if he does, that is going to be a massive hit. I mean, if he hits, he could potentially be, a Cam Jordan type. Like, that's the kind of profile you would like to see a player like him build into.
As we talk about Clark Phillips, I really like Clark Phillips. I like this pick. I mean, for the value and what you're getting, this guy's a player, right? And I don't know if we realize that. I'm talking about people here because we watch SEC, ACC football. I saw Utah go down and play Florida against Anthony Richardson early in the season. But watching his tape after he got drafted, I'm like, man, this kid is making plays all over the field. This is a playmaker, which is what you need in the back half of your defense, Joe.
He is a baller. And again, when you look at this Falcons draft, I mean, they basically got a starter, I think, right here in Clark Phillips III, with a 4th-round pick. And I say the starter because he's probably going to be your nickelback. I mean, that I think is the position that he'll kind of fight for in training camp. And I have to think that he's got what it takes to win that job. But, the nickelback is probably out there for an NFL defense 70% of the time, 70 to 80% of the time, somewhere in that range. So I would very much consider that a starting player. And Clark Phillips is a guy who has pedigree. I mean, he was actually an Ohio State commit and then decommitted on signing day when Ohio State's defensive backs coach left to go to Utah. So, I mean, it's not like he was just some kind of no-name guy who went to Utah and kind of built up his name from there. He was actually a highly touted player coming out of high school, and the knock on him has always just been the size. Other than the size, if he was 6 foot instead of 5'9", he'd probably be in the 2nd round, definitely. And if he was 6'1", 6'2", he's a 1st-round pick for sure. So, and he plays a lot bigger than that 5'9". When you look at his tape, he's really getting physical with guys. He likes to play up in their face right at the line of scrimmage, which is, I think, is exactly why the Falcons picked him, because under Ryan Nielsen in this new defensive scheme, they're going to be playing a lot more man coverage with two safeties over the top to help out. So I think they got a really good player in Clark Phillips, a guy who has a lot of potential. And I heard you guys talking earlier on the show, kind of comparing him to
Brent Grimes.
Gosh, now I'm slipping blank. Brent Grimes, of course. And I think that's a great comp. Probably doesn't have quite the ups that Brent Grimes had, but it's exactly the kind of player who's going to get in your face and be a man-to-man coverage guy.
The other picks, DeMarco Helms in 7. Now, again, you get to round 7, whatever you get is gravy. He could be a special teamer and, again, a little more disciplined as far as, playing the strong safety. The last pick, though, Javon Gwynn. Now, this guy, he was a leader at South Carolina. I know that Schaefer was we took Schaefer in the 5th round last year from Georgia, and he just didn't get going. Maybe he gets going this year. Is there a chance that Gwynn can compete? I mean, well, if he does his job, you'll have a solid swing guy as a backup on that on the line. We need depth and help in for sure.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, he's a versatile offensive lineman, just like Matthew Bergeron with the 2nd pick, where he can potentially flex back out to tackle later on, potentially down the line. But when you look at Javon Gwynn, really interesting player, an academic All-American at South Carolina, and a player that the Falcons' offensive line coach, Dwayne Ledford, heavily recruited when Ledford was at NC State. So they've actually known about Javon Gwynn for a long time, and he was a very experienced player at the college level, played almost his entire career as a starter. I think after midway through his freshman year, got on the field through an injury and never came off. So a really versatile guy, but I think that he's going to be a player that tries to make his way onto the team as the backup center. And so I think that there's going to be an interesting camp battle between a player like Javon Gwynn and Matt Hennessy, to be frank, because Matt Hennessy is also kind of one of those guys who can play center, can play guard, will potentially compete for the guard spot, although we expect Bergeron to win that. But I think that you can throw Javon Gwynn right in that mix, and we'll see what he can do. Again, when you talk about the size, like we were talking about with Clark Phillips, Javon Gwynn's a little bit undersized for that position. I think they had him listed as slightly under 300 pounds, so they might want him to add some weight. But, he's a guy who is obviously really intelligent, really interesting, and can do a lot of things. And as for DeMarco Helms, he's got a clear path to the Falcons roster through special teams. You said it, Mike. And this team actually needs quite a bit of special teams players. They've obviously signed in free agency a lot of big money players, and they need guys who can play special teams. There's an opportunity for Helms to do that and make his way onto the roster.
It's a great point. Joe Patrick, man, again, great job with the coverage and filling all of our listeners in on everything that was going on over the weekend. It's the offseason has been fun. It's going to get even more interesting as we move towards the schedule release, which will happen next month, or later this month, should I say. Can't wait.
Yeah.
Joe, thanks so much,
Can't wait
man.
either.
We appreciate
Thanks,
you
guys.
stopping by. Yep, Joe Patrick, guys, covers our Falcons here on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. All right, we got more to get to, including we're going to open this up and talk more about what other teams got it right. We've been talking a lot today about the Falcons, right? Eagles, everybody says they got it right because they drafted all these dogs. Okay, great. Who else got it right? We'll talk about it next on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Right. Here's another one I saw. I saw this story yesterday. Didn't make it for Guy Talk. Apparently, somebody driving at 575 yesterday was behind a Georgia State patrol car.
Okay.
Now, I don't know about you, but if I see GSP or any local law enforcement,
you go the other way?
No, well, if I have a warrant.
Well, I'm just saying you
if
like
I
to
have
go.
an outstanding
you
warrant.
like to go fast. That's all I'm saying.
No, I know what you're talking about. But in this case, please, how dare you? Somebody thought it'd be a great idea to basically be right on top and tailgate the GSP cruiser.
Like they like to do.
Well, if they're about to pull you over, they light you up.
But I've seen them do that, and I think it's a function of, Mike, people get afraid that they're about to be pulled over,
right?
So they slow down,
right?
And the guy's just trying to get past, and now he's on their tail, and you're like, oh, he's on. So I've seen that happen a bunch.
But
But
in this case, it was a dude in a silver Dodge Ram who was basically tailgating the Georgia State patrol car, and then somebody slowed up in front of the Georgia, and he plows right in the back of the GSP car. I mean, how stupid do you have to be to pull that move?
Yeah, that's not good.
Yeah, I mean, and I got to be honest. I mean, I just think like a fire truck and ambulance, you're supposed to give, 100 feet, 100. Usually the count, I learned this all the times I had to go to driving school for all my speeding tickets, but it's usually, Carl, find a spot as you're driving down the highway and then count 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, and that's on the highway, which you're supposed to give space-wise.
That's
when you're traveling
going,
at speed.
Yeah, but I was going to say, when you're going to speed limit.
Correct.
Yeah, okay. Not when you're going faster than the speed limit.
Just saying, but so find a spot like you're going under an underpass and you see it 1001, 1002. That's what you should be doing when you're driving at speed, because some idiot could slam on the brakes and all hell breaks loose.
Yeah, that's terrible. It is, man. How many tickets are up to now, by the way?
For the record, I have not had a speeding ticket in almost a year.
Hey!
Thank you.
All right, I was just wondering. I didn't know what the number was.
No, and it was Indiana, and they don't have reciprocity with with Georgia.
Oh,
how about them apples?
So you got out of it?
Well, I wouldn't go that far. I had to pay the ticket.
Oh, okay. Okay, but you didn't have to go back there and go to court.
Could have drive to the Indy 500 and get hauled off on I-65 and up against the car, sir.
Oh, I remember that. I do remember that. Yeah, that's right.
The same cop who pulled me and Becky over like 2 years before in the other Corvette.
I remember that. Yeah.
And he goes, didn't I, the cop, big Indiana State trooper, didn't I pull you over like a year ago with your wife? You had a blonde in the car with you. Yeah, because the guy was like, I'll let you go if you let me take this for a spin with her in it. That was the line, but little white privilege, Day. That's how when you have these conversations on the side of the road.
They just gave you a look like that ain't never happened to me.
Well, since Day-Day's
every time I get pulled over, I get the ticket.
Well, if you want, I got a minute. I can tell us. We're talking about Mike's speeding ticket stories. When you and I went up to Charlotte, and because you're leaving from your house, we're in different parts of town.
Yeah.
We left separately, and I got pulled over at north of Greenville, South Carolina, by a lady county police officer. And Carl, I had you on speaker as she's coming up. I go, it's the walk. I just got pulled over. And then she's like, she starts chatting me up, and we're making small talk. And I'm doing a radio show in Charlotte, and she lets me off with a warning.
She did.
And then Carl, he's in his car going, I can't believe it. I'm like, white privilege.
True story. Yeah. And then I hung up. That's when he heard it.
So I said, Carl, you're not there anymore. And then I said, for guys who missed it, since I'll double down on this story, when we left the other day, it was Tuesday because the Hawks were off at 6:30 for the pregame.
Yeah.
And I was telling Carl, because I got a tweet from a guy who said, what are you talking about? A cop is yelling at you on the speaker. There's some off-duty officer. When I leave this place at 6:30 and I get in that flow of traffic, somebody is coming from a northern law enforcement jurisdiction and presumably lives on the south side. So he's in an unmarked car. And twice I passed this guy, only to have, slow down, idiot. And then one time he actually lit me up.
Good for him. Good for him.
Well, no, but the last time, and I don't want to put his business on the street. Look, I get it. I mean, you want to tell
But you said it. He's out of his jurisdiction. He's just telling you to slow down and be a law-abiding citizen.
But I got to be honest. I felt a little, if I'm honest with you, yes, you can tell me to slow down, but don't call me a blank hole. Because the last time he did it, he goes, speed limit's not blank hole. I was like, whoa, now you're getting personal on the PA system for crying out loud.
Well, obviously he feels comfortable with you.
I guess so. So whoever that guy is, just trying to get home, man. Just trying to get home. Hey, there's your guy.
Obviously he's trying to get home.
The Strong Arm Story of the Day is brought to you by John Foyd Associates Personal Injury Law.
Well, who else got it right? If you feel like the Falcons did a good job with their draft, it's Dukes and Bell Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. It's our Strong Arm Story of the Day. Couple of stories coming out of this weekend, all right? One of them is kind of an underlying story about us. If you're not a Falcon fan, you really wouldn't talk about why the Falcons didn't take Jalen Carter. But because we live here and we watch the Dogs, and you knew he was on the board, and guys, again, I'm not patting myself on the back. I try to bring accurate information to you guys. I don't just pull stuff out of my butt. And I told you guys weeks ago, I don't think they're going to take him. And the reason was because of the information that was coming out. So, Mike, as we came on the show today, a lot of guys were upset. We're going to open up the phone lines here in about 10 minutes, and maybe you're one of those who say, I don't get this, Dukes and Bell. Why didn't we take Jalen Carter?
Yeah, and I did the numbers back in, I guess it was April. We talked about 7 picks out of 219 over 30 years, only 7 Georgia Bulldogs, and that includes 2 last year. I mean, it's crazy. Schaefer and the tight end. But I get it, and especially when a team is at the top of their game and they're putting guys in the NFL. I mean, and Georgia has under Kirby, and he's now eclipsing Nick Saban and Dabo in a short period of time to do that. And you and I talked about it last year. I mean, remember Aiden Hutchinson? That was the big argument. Who are you going to go, Javon Walker, Aiden Hutchinson? And I got to be honest, Hutchinson was a better play. Over the years, Roquan Smith, the year we drafted Calvin Ridley, that wasn't an option for us. There's some years where, if you want to get into the nuts and bolts of it, like, when Thomas Dimitrov said, he should have drafted Justin Houston. I remember screaming at the TV that day. Yes, we should be drafting more Georgia Bulldogs. Now, when you get to this draft, the one Bulldog that was there that was going to be always right there for us because of this off the field was Jalen Carter. They didn't touch him. And you said it. And I think if you guys are a Dog fan and you're upset, then be upset at Jalen Carter because it was the circumstances that prevented the Falcons. They weren't going to go near him. So and on the other side of it is they have a philosophy. We have a run game. They want to be more dynamic. Now you have the mismatches and the offense should be explosive. And whether or not you guys see it or don't, and you're going to just say, well, Howie Roseman, all they do is draft Georgia Bulldogs. Okay, well, they didn't win the Super Bowl last year. And I get it. He's got a culture in place, and it's a good culture, and he's a good GM. I'm not dogging him because he does an amazing job over a decade now. But this was one that you said it, Carl, wasn't going to happen. So what do you want to do? You want to keep crying about it, guys? Now, because the only way we're going to judge this is the tail of the tape. How does it play out? Who goes to be a better player? Is he going to be Jadeveon Clowney? Is he going to be Aaron Donald? Is he going to be a superstar? Is he going to be a bust? Is our guy going to be the next big thing in the NFL, like a Christian McCaffrey or a Derrick Henry? And again, for the 57th time, why can't both be successful?
He may not even be the best or most impactful player in his draft class with this Eagles team. It could be Nolan Smith off the edge, Mike. It could be Keely Ringo. Those are the 3 dogs they selected. I mean, we don't know how that's going to shake out. Here's the thing. They also traded for DeAndre Swift, dog, from Detroit. So people see this and they go, what the hell is Howie Roseman doing? Well, there was a need for them for running back, and Detroit reached for Gibbs. All right, Jahmyr Gibbs, Alabama's running back at 12. They wanted to move on from DeAndre Swift. So I think for the Eagles and the Lions, it was a smart play. But I don't think Howie Roseman specifically liked targeting dogs in this situation. That fit. Sometimes life is about timing. And I think this was a calculated choice by our football team. And they had made a decision, Mike, weeks ago. They didn't go into draft night going, well, we're not sure. Right. I told you, the board was done. So the Eagles, with that said, yes, they had a really good draft considering they're already really good, and they added a lot of depth, and they went out and got a safety out of Illinois. Illinois had a really good secondary this year, and I think that's obvious from the guys that got drafted. And then, again, they went and got Keely Ringo, who goes in there, and doesn't have to immediately have an impact because they have 2 really good corners. But then you talk about other teams, Mike, and things that happened in this draft, like Will Levis dropping to day 2.
And by the way, there were reports we talked about on Friday's show at Flowery Branch. Don't know, maybe someday we'll get a chance to debrief with the Brain Trust. Maybe the Falcons were trying to trade back up into the bottom of the first. Maybe Nolan Smith was on their radar screen. We'll never know. But maybe it was Miles Murphy. We don't know about that. But getting back to Will Levis, yes, he leaves the green room along with his girlfriend. And eventually he does get picked. And some would say, if you're the Titans, I was interested. Some people thought the Titans didn't do a good job. You got protection for your quarterback, and you get your quarterback of the future. And, I don't really see the beef. Levis, the world came to its senses. Yeah. I don't think he's all that good. I think he has a chance to be a starter in the NFL, but I think he's got to work on some things. I've always felt that way about this guy. I never understood the hype about him to be a first rounder.
Yeah,
I thought he'd be like Hendon Hooker.
I think this is a great spot for him. I really do. You get a coach who believes in defense and running the football, Mike, and more importantly, you now can get to free agency a lot faster because, guys, he's not a first rounder, so he doesn't have that fifth-year option to worry about. If he balls out in 2 years, he's Jalen Hurts. That's who he is. He's going to get to the money faster. So for him, it sucks that he didn't get drafted the first night. But realistically, if he goes handles his business, he can get paid at a much quicker pace.
Now, I know that some could say, well, who's the big winner? They didn't have all the picks, as many picks as other teams. But I thought the Ravens consummating the Lamar Jackson deal, finally putting that soap opera to bed, and then go get him a guy that he comps to like Steve Smith. Go get a super athletic, sort of like water bug physical guy, and that's what you get in Zay Flowers to match with Odell Beckham, right? And you still got Bateman. You got all of a sudden now a weakness is now a strength, the wide receiver core. How many years could you say that for Lamar?
You couldn't. And that's why it was so important to bring him back, but then you had to continue to do things around him. I think, this was the plan of Todd Monken and obviously Harbaugh there. Mike, the Indianapolis Colts, they had 2 4s, 4 5s, a 6, and a couple of 7s. And I think they crushed this draft. And on top of that, they take Anthony Richardson. Now, I know everybody talks about how improving and the athletic ability and all this stuff. At the end of the day, I thought this was one of those drafts, and just from an NFL standpoint, Chris Ballard's the general manager there. Listen, they've been reaching for quarterbacks, right, for the last 5 years. And they basically said, look, we're going to go draft a guy, and we're going to believe in him, and we're going to believe in our new head coach. And then they went and filled in some of the blanks. And I think the Colts, I'm not telling you they're a playoff team, but they did a really good job of drafting. And then you start looking at some of the other teams, right? The Texans, Mike, had a ton of picks. Texans had a really good had a great draft.
No, I mean, the guys who go up there and they get the guys who were ranked number 1, 2, or 3. They get the best quarterback, or in their minds because Bryce Young was gone. But they go get the quarterback, and they go get the best defensive player. And I just thought, when we were watching the draft, and you and I were texting back and forth, wow, C.J. Stroud and Will Anderson for a coach and D'Amico Ryans who wants to build through defense. You get the best defensive player.
I totally agree. And we're just talking about other things that happen in and around the draft, not necessarily Falcons guys, but we wanted to talk about Jalen Carter because that does relate to us. And I said, most fans around the country, if you went somewhere else and said, hey, Falcons didn't draft Jalen Carter, they wouldn't get it. We understand it because it's been right here in front of us.
And again, guys, you look at the history of it. The Eagles are the first team in the common era, according to ESPN stat people, since '67 to select 5 defensive players from the same school over 2 years. So it's not like other teams have done. Guys have loaded up on Alabama players. Actually, the Falcons have had a lot of Alabama players here. But for whatever reason, now again, some of this, I said this to Carl earlier, I'm not going to get next level wonkish on you, but if you look at where the guys were drafted, like Keely Ringo, for instance, he fell before the Falcons. The Falcons were not going to move up to get Keely Ringo, and some would argue they got a more complete corner. I know that it's become a thing now here in Atlanta, and I understand it because Georgia fans are hyped. They're looking at the success. But, I mean, I got to be honest with you. Who's a better defensive impact player last year, Hutchinson or Walker?
It's not even close.
It's not always a slam dunk.
In other the Bears guys, really good job. And again, we're curious because Justin Fields is a homeboy, right? He's a hometown kid. We want to see what they do and how they're going to continue to build. I just think there were some teams that did a really good job. Mike, if you ask me, I think our draft was better than Carolina's, and the reason why Carolina is up there is because the selection of Bryce Young. But I think our overall draft was a little bit better. And they're in our division. We're going to have to figure out a way to beat those guys. I think this division, by the way, has shifted.
Right.
And I think it's us. And I think it's going to be Carolina.
No, look, Trayvon Walker went first. Hutchinson then went. Sauce Gardner's probably the most impactful of all. We'll see. Time will tell. Guys, you want to keep your receipts? Keep all your receipts. And then we'll meet. And who knows, Carl, 3 years from now, you're going to get a steak dinner. Or owe us one.
Maybe. Hey, coming up, your phone calls are welcome. 404-741-0929. How are you feeling about our draft? 404-741-0929. If you don't like it, that's fine. But I need to know why. We're going to talk to you next on Dukes and Bell.
Hello. It's Dukes and Bell.
Get your mind tuned in. Let's go be world champions.
On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
All right, it's all up to you. ATL, Dukes and Bell at Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. We're talking to you at 404-741-0929. Where are you at on this draft? All right, we're going to run through some phone calls here. And again, if you disagree, that's fine. Just tell us why. Just tell us why you like it or why you don't. And that's where we're at. Brad in the ATL, you're up first. Brad, thanks for listening to Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Hey, man, where you at?
Hey, man.
Hey, man.
Hey, listen, I'm gonna give you about 5 reasons I love this pick. That's who I wanted. I did not want Jalen. He reminded me of a little bit of Jadeveon Clowney. But that's how you help out. That's how you help out your 3rd round quarterback. You give him a Bijan Robinson, a beast, a 3-down back, and you help your defense out. Because your offense says that I think we just won the South. I think we might lead the league in rushing. It's an excellent pick. I wouldn't have it any other way.
Brad, thank you so much, man. Appreciate you listening. It's that simple. And if you want to go the other way, you can. Just tell us why. Freeman in Snellville, you're up next on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Freeman. Hey, man.
Hey, man.
What's going on?
Hey, first of all, I want to say Bijan is a great running back, but I totally disagree with the previous caller. I think what the Falcons did, let's put it this way. They used everything we hear about Bijan is what we used CP in 2001. Great back, 3-down back. The Falcons scored 313 points. They had 459 points scored against them. And I think we're going to be in the same situation where the Falcons, who averaged 14 points in the first half, ranked number 29, giving up points in the first half, are going to play from behind. He's a great back. You're going to use him in the passing game, but you're going to be coming from behind every single game. They needed help on defense. After they used CP in 2021, which was a great back, all the weapons that we described Bijan having, the Falcons turned around and with the 8th pick drafted London.
Can I stop you just for a second? Now, last year we looked at the numbers earlier in the show. Defense basically was good enough with a bunch of nobodies. And the problem was we didn't score enough points. We had a quarterback quit basically this season, and we weren't able to generate enough offense. And Cordell Patterson, what you talk about at 21, we're going to get the right off the lot Corvette version of the used car that is Cordell Patterson with Bijan Robinson to do all those things with a 1,000-yard rusher and Tyler Algier. So I'll let you continue. I'm just saying the defense kept you in games. We couldn't finish games because we couldn't score enough points. We didn't score enough points all season long. Arthur Smith said it on multiple occasions.
No, I agree. And I think I'm not sure if we're going to score that many more points. We just talked about a third round quarterback. He's still developing. You're going to have more weapons, but I don't think so.
Okay.
That's where the defense comes to play. I don't think it's going to change. I think the points against is going to be just as bad as it was last year. They went from 27 to 29 after the CP season.
But you added all these weapons. I mean, again, you really spent your lion's share of your free agent money to upgrade your defense.
Yeah,
and some are long-term, some are short-term deals.
And Pitts was not healthy last year. Okay, let's be fair. And Drake London had a terrible delivery system. So I got to look at all of this, but I will tell you this, and this is the numbers that I was talking about earlier. All right, we had 7 games that we lost by less than 6 points. 7. One of those games was an 8-point game. So to Mike's point, all right, when you're holding teams, and this is what we were talking about earlier, we had a 4-game losing streak last year in November, going into the bye week and then coming out of the bye week. We held the Washington Commanders to 19 points, Pittsburgh to 19 points, New Orleans to 21. These are games you should win. 17 points against Baltimore, Mike. We held them to 17 points.
Right.
These are games that you should be winning. And so you're saying you still don't know if we're going to score enough points, but we damn sure better be.
Yeah. And by the way,
we better be.
If that's your concern and we don't start scoring plus 25 points, the average to win the NFL is over 24, is around 24 points. If we're not scoring, Carl, 4 touchdowns a game, then guess what? The Brain Trust will not have a year 5. They'll have one more year to fix this thing. And then, again, I understand what you're saying, but I just thought this defense has been addressed. Now, no, if Jalen Carter is the next great big thing, then okay, you maybe should have gone that way. But in the meantime, you got Anyamata, you got already a guy in Grady who does the job.
Yeah,
you've added 8 guys to a rotation. Last year we had guys in the defensive rotation who didn't even play organized football the year before, because they run a taxi squad.
True.
You know what I'm saying? You've got depth on defense this year, and you've doubled your amount of sacks that you brought in through free agency, which a lot of people are not looking at.
Yeah, and I got to put this in context for the Jalen Carter thing. And again, I'm not banging on the young fella. I hope he does well. He's going to a team that had 75 sacks. He's got great players around him. Great players. This is not him going to a busted-ass team where he's got to be the guy.
Right.
He doesn't.
He'd have to come in here and be the man. He'd have to be Aaron Donald meets Warren Sapp.
He does. So the Eagles, this is a luxury. Like, they got a great offensive line. And, yes, they're aging, and this is the brilliance of Howie Roseman. They're aging, so he realizes, hey, for us to continue to have this dominant line, I've got to continue to add depth and bring guys in. But it's not like Jalen Carter's going to a team that had 10 sacks last year. Right. So I'm going to put that in context and say, when you have great players around you, it makes your job a whole lot easier. It's what we've been screaming about for Grady Jarrett. Let's talk to LeBron. Not LeBron James, but LeBron in the ATL. LeBron, you're on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Hey, man.
Hey, all those numbers and all that's fine and cool and well. But at the end of the day, defense done help the Falcons into a lot of games with the used tools. So they upgraded, which I think they're going to be way better than what they've been being. So the draft picks that we picked was perfect for more offense to score more points.
I agree.
So at the end of the day, I got to get this off because 2 years ago when Stephen Bennett won the college championship, I called in Saturday, and one of the guys just killed me with, do you think Stephen Bennett would be a good pick? He told me that he wouldn't be a draft pick in the NFL. He asked me what I was drinking. So whatever I was drinking, a lot of people drinking the same thing I am, baby.
LeBron, appreciate you, man. Hey, remember, and Mike and I were talking about this, and we are happy for Stetson. He went higher than I thought. Mike thought he'd be a third-round pick. But here's the deal. Going into that first year when they beat Alabama in the national championship game, people were calling him a game manager.
Right.
It took
Georgia Bulldogs fans. We had to defend the dude. Yes. This season when he came back as the starter, you had Georgia fans saying he needs to leave. Georgia play the same guys. You same guys who were in love with Jalen Carter. You were telling us that Stetson Bennett shouldn't be the quarterback this year.
Yeah. So
get your facts straight.
He comes back, right, and has another brilliant year. But I think going into we're talking about 2 seasons ago now. Going into that season, it was like, is he a game manager? And I remember having the conversation. My number one concern, and he proved it. And this is what I love about sports. I said, is he going to be able to bring this team back if they're down double digits? Boom! He proved it.
Right.
So all the things that you thought about Stetson Bennett, they've just been disproved. He's gone out and proven he deserves this opportunity. Don't know what kind of opportunity he's going to be in with L.A. and Mike if he turns into a great NFL quarterback. But this, he deserved the opportunity.
And by the way, I talked to Rusty Manziel about this. He talked about it on Steak's show the other day about just what exactly were NFL pro personnel people getting from the University of Georgia football staff about Jalen Carter. And was it all universal? Was it across the board? Was it all negative? I think it was a mix. I think it was a mix of positive and negative. As far as the talent, no one debates the talent, but what about the other stuff? What's going on upstairs? What about the discipline, the work ethic? That stuff made its way back to the NFL scouts.
I saw nobody in the NFL talk about what the coaches had to say about Jalen Carter from a positive standpoint, Mike. This is why it was across the board. I'm telling you, I heard nothing from most of the guys that I speak to about, hey, this is what the coaches are saying about Jalen Carter and why he will be great in the NFL. They kept their mouths shut. To me, not speaking tells me what I need to know.
And again, guys, 2 things. Carl just laid it out. Everything about the culture they built up there and the fact that, Howie Roseman loves Bulldogs, and I wish we did too over the years. Believe me, many years I wanted Bulldogs here. I wanted Jalen Carter, as we said this a lot this week and last week. I just thought this fit, knowing what the franchise has been through with this and Arthur Blank not wanting the headache. And hopefully the guy hopefully he goes on and has tremendous success. I don't know. I'll say it again. I apologize for repeating myself from Friday. Why does it have to be one or the other? Why can't Jalen Carter succeed and Bijan Robinson succeed? Maybe both these guys are going to change the trajectory for and again, the Eagles are already there. We're trying to be the Eagles, and maybe Bijan Robinson is going to get us there. It's amazing. For decades, all you guys wanted was Madden game. You want wide receivers, running backs. You finally get the most dynamic running back in the class, and you guys are walking around like Tony Soprano said. You got a ham under your arm. You're complaining you got no bread.
It's not everybody, Mike. It's not everybody. But everybody has a right to their opinion about this draft. But I think more people than not believe in the pick. And they get why we did this. And by the way, Cordell Patterson, we love CP. He's 32.
And by the way, what do I care about what happened 2 years ago?
32.
With all due respect to your argument, sir, I don't understand why the 21 metric now applies to 20, going into 23 with a completely different cast.
So and by the way, you don't draft a guy 8th overall to watch other guys who are 32 years old get carries in front of you. CP, love him. If there's a role on this team, great. Wouldn't surprise me, Mike, if he's a June 1, cut and we end up saving some money because you have two young guys that you truly believe in now. CP fit a role, and I hope he's here because I've loved watching him. But I have a more dynamic guy and a younger guy to get it done. All right, we're going to take more of your calls. Big James, that is, Chris, Kaysen, Jeff. You guys are hold on. All right, we're going to come back. We're talking to you, Atlanta, about our draft and where this team is at. And again, your opinion's your opinion. We're going to talk to you next on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Dukes and Bell. We want to give you a voice on our show because, as I always say, we are your voice, right? We talk to the players and the coaches, and we try to relay everything that we can from what we hear from you in the streets and when we meet you out and about. But the draft is such a big deal, and it changes your franchise in such a way that we want to hear from you guys at 404-741-0929. If you're just joining us, a couple of things going on. One, we've talked a lot today about not just Bijan, because he was the first pick, but Matthew Bergeron, Mike, the kid out of Syracuse, the old lineman. I really like this pick. He's a road grader. He's a guy that is great in the run game.
Right.
You heard Terry Fontenot talk about playing, tackle and then, being moved inside in the NFL. He's got great feet, great body. So, Zach Harrison, the defensive end out of Ohio State, was our third pick. Clark Phillips, we went in the fourth round, guys, out of Utah. He is a corner, but he can play in the slot. And I think, again, Mike, you probably have four guys that are going to impact your football team. And maybe, again, DeMarco Helms from Alabama is a guy that on special teams makes an impact.
And that's where he's going to start. I mean, he'll be a special teamer, and hopefully you can coach up something. Again, I can't understand when I saw the scouting reports on Helms about lack of eye discipline and getting sucked into things and not. Played in Alabama for a couple of years. I mean, Nick Saban's not going to allow you to be miserably bad out there, but he does go in the seventh round. And you already mentioned it, man. The only guy that I had a bit of a beef with was only because of his performance at Ohio State was Zach Harrison. And I got a couple of buddies. My buddy Craig, he played football at Ohio State. And a lot of the knock on him was tough shoes to step into and try to fill and chase young Carl. But as a five-star guy with that, super athletic wingspan, you expect that guy to ball out, and he just never became the rock star I think Buckeyes fans thought he would be.
Yeah, it's a great point. Let's talk to Big James, who's been holding patiently. Big James, man, welcome in to Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Hey, man, on the West Side, what do you think?
Hey, man.
Hey, man.
Hey, switch the filters, Mac. Come on, man.
I know, right? Well, look, man, Bijan, a great player, hell of a player. He reminds me of Marshall Faulk a lot. But I just wish we would have went defense first round. I thought we could have got the Spears, the running, the guy last name Spears.
From Tyjae Spears. Yep.
Yeah, Tyjae Spears or him in the third or in the fourth, something like that. But I'm just hoping, because I like Arthur Smith, I hope he's hitching, because they're putting everything on Desmond Ridder. We got all this, and the defense is going to be better. But everything at the end of the day, it don't matter what we do. If Desmond Ridder, if we're running the ball 40 times, great. But if Desmond Ridder is average at best, we're not going to win no games for real, and we're not going to be taken seriously. It's all on Desmond Ridder. And if he fails, I think Art got to go. I love him, but he got to go.
Big James, it's
love y'all, man.
You too, bro.
It's funny. We were just, as we're coming out of commercial break, strike me down. God, strike me down. What did I just say to Carl? I said,
we're just talking about this.
I said, there'll be a lot of pressure on Ridder. Now, again, you and I were trying to quantify how much the fan base is down on this move or not. I'd like to think it's more than 70% is happy about Bijan Robinson because of what he brings to his team. But it still comes down to Ridder. Ridder is going to have everything laid out for him with all these weapons and better offensive line. He's got to perform.
Yeah, and I'll say this too, Big James. In the mind of Arthur Smith, and these are conversations that we've had over the last few years, we're not going to run the ball 40 times every game. Games dictate what you do. Teams dictate what you do. You guys remember last year, there was a game, we ran the ball 14 straight times. Do you remember that?
Yep.
We were kind of just, out there, and Arthur was like, we ran it, and we built this momentum in the game. And the point is, sometimes it does dictate what you do, but Arthur Smith is about, hey, whatever's working. Listen, if we're throwing the football and we're having success, he's not going to shut Ridder down and say, oh, well, now we got to run the ball 40 times in the second half. Whatever is working, that's why he's brilliant at what he does. He is not stuck to one thing. So I don't want people thinking just because we have Bijan now, and again, I brought this up when we talked to him. Kid didn't miss a ball that was thrown to him last year. He's an unbelievable wide receiver. He can play that role if you want him to. Don't think of this just as, we'll be more effective running the football as a team, but that's not all we're going to do. So, with that said, Big James, appreciate you, man. Let's talk to Chris up next in College Park. Chris, what do you think about the draft? Hey, man. Chris there? Chris not. Let's go to is it Kaysen? Kaysen in Cartersville. You're up next on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Hey, man.
Hey, man.
What's going on?
Hey, I just wanted to talk a little bit about Bijan. So Arthur Smith, when he was in Tennessee, what was Arthur Smith successful with?
Run game.
Run game. Derrick Henry. Now I'm not comparing Bijan to Derrick Henry because there's only one Derrick Henry out there. But if that run game is what makes you successful, and you like that guy, you go out and you get your guy, and you put all your eggs in that basket. Because I don't think Arthur Smith is where he's at without that true run game. So you see a guy, you go get him. You make sure he's there, you go get him.
No, man. It's about taking a season last year, and it was funny because we had one guy earlier in the show. Man, 14 wins, we got to blow this guy out. I mean, do you understand?
That was Brad, I think.
This is the year, guys. We came out of the tunnel, and there's light, okay, and there's money. And oh, by the way, all these dudes on one-year deals. And again, this guy's on multi-year deals, like on Yamada. This guy's on one-year deal. Calais Campbell's 37. I understand that, but Dupree is getting up there. They will get, and they have the ability to get more free agents next year. Now, I don't want to keep spackling defensive end. Eventually, you got to get the impact guy. Hopefully, Getty, because of all the better talent around him, really pops this year. Maybe Zach Harrison from Ohio State does the same. But, I mean, this team, guys, finally has the money to do things they want to do. So they looked at Jalen Carter, and they said, no, this thing's off the field. We don't feel 100% about that. So that'll be somebody else's issue. So he goes to a better place, and we get a guy that maybe, just maybe, and again, it's a big if. I'm not denying it, Carl. It's a big if. If Ritter handles his business, this offense can be unbelievable.
It's going to be humming. It's going to be humming. And we hadn't even talked about, see, this is the other part, and I know we're kind of just lost in the Marcus Mariota thing. Ritter has the ability to run RPO, guys, run pass option. So now you're doing that with Bijan. And I'm putting the ball in his breadbasket and pulling it. And by the way, our quarterback runs 4-4-4-5. Do you guys realize that? So I'm not saying you do that every play, but there's so many things now that you can add to this mix of, okay, how are we going to execute this play action if we want to do it, or Mike throwing the ball down the field. Bobby in the ATL, you're up next on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. We're talking about the draft, guys, getting your opinion on where you think the Falcons are. Do you feel like they did a good job? You like the picks? You're upset? Where are you at, Bobby?
Hey, man.
Hey, man.
Yeah, I think the picks were pretty bad, actually. And I think the direction Arthur and Terry are taking the team in is pretty bad, too. I know a few minutes ago you mentioned that, they only gave up so many points, per game last year. But, if you think about it, it was against backup quarterbacks, sometimes third-string quarterbacks. In the case of, the Chargers, they're missing half of their offense. They didn't have the Boses. Most of the teams they played, except for, Cincinnati, for example, were missing a lot of guys on offense and, on backup quarterbacks. So the defense will look a little bit better, and they're probably not going to have that luxury next year.
Yeah, and then 3 corners went out in that Cincinnati game too, by the way.
Okay, and here's the deal. Bobby, I'm not debating that. I think one of our most complete games was San Francisco, and they had been on the road for 3 weeks. They practiced in Virginia. They came down here. They were beat up. We beat them solidly, 28-14. Here's the deal, though. Bobby, this is the NFL. It's the NFL. I mean, if you're telling me that, hey, I can't count that as a win, or we really didn't play well because their guys weren't out there, this is the NFL. You're going to have injuries from week 1, starting in week 1, and now you've got to maneuver that. And it's not our fault that teams that we were playing had injuries that they had to deal with. Hell, we had our own, to Mike's point. So I can't look at that as an excuse that last year we necessarily didn't play their best teams because they had injuries. Everybody in the league deals with it. It's how you overcome those and succeed, Mike, is how your season's going to go. And if you're fortunate, like we were in 16, when we didn't have one missed game from our offensive lineman, you potentially have a chance to go to Super Bowl because you have continuity.
No, and again, all the things, your argument you make about some of the talent you played, but you still had to eke out those wins. There were field goals. We weren't scoring enough touchdowns, guys. This offense needs more star power. It needs a better offensive line. You addressed the left side of the line. You brought McGarry back. I wish we'd upgrade a little bit better than McGarry, but he was a deal. You've got better offensive line pieces, okay? You've got a quarterback now. Again, I won't debate this with anybody. I can't tell you right now that I know Desmond Ridder is going to be a star. But if he isn't, you'll get your wish, and the coaching staff and general manager will be gone by year 4. But I believe in this team. I think Ridder's going to be surrounded, Carl, by so many weapons. You can't screw this thing up, especially when you got a guy like Arthur Smith, who nobody seems to give credit for winning 14 games with no money and no big stars. Okay? I mean, Matt Ryan's first year, you guys, this thing was the Calvin Ridley fiasco, Pitts' injury last year. So, I mean, now I think we got something on track. But again, what do I know? Maybe we just score 4 or 5 touchdowns a game, and we do what we did in 2016. We take the pressure off the defense. Just a thought.
Let's talk to Dalton. Dalton, appreciate you in Kennesaw. Hey, man.
Hey, man. What's going on, fellas?
How you doing, Dalton? What are you thinking about this draft?
I think they're doing the right thing more than myself when it comes to the Falcons, of course. Terry gets paid the big bucks, but I like what they're doing something more similar to what the 49ers done. Stock the shelves, get the talent. Defense, defense wasn't that bad last year. Meanwhile, you upgraded in free agency. The offense, we had trouble scoring points on offense. So what do? You go out in the draft and you get the best non-quarterback offensive player in the draft, in my opinion.
He is.
You got him, you got Pitts, both arguably generational talents. You got Drake London. I mean, just stock the shelves, build up the whole team around the quarterback. And if the quarterback can't get the job done, now you got pieces. You can go out and get your quarterback of the future. It's the same thing with the Jets this year. They stocked the shelves, and now they got Aaron Rodgers.
It's true.
But thanks for taking my call, y'all.
Thank you, Dalton. Thanks for listening.
Falcons averaged 21.5 points per game last year.
Not enough. It's not enough.
Kansas City was 29.2. Eagles were 28.1. 49ers, 26. I mean, 24 is, for guys, I don't want to get into all the stats, but 24 is the benchmark. You got to be scoring at least 24 points to win.
Yeah, and, the thing is, he's right about, Brock Purdy. We've talked about this. I'm not saying I could have threw touchdowns, but that's a pretty perfect situation he stepped into, when Trey Lance went down. I got McCaffrey in the backfield, Ayuk, Debo. I got one of the best tight ends in the league. I got a really good offensive line. That's a really good situation to step into. And the point is, with Shanahan, who I'm going to compare Arthur Smith he's very similar to Shanahan. When you talk about the brilliance of play calling and setting teams up, problem is Shanahan's talent is off the charts.
Right.
He's got the best defense in the league, and then those offensive pieces, it's just a different animal right now. But we're getting there. And I agree with Dalton's phone call from the standpoint of, yes, keep building up these pieces. And by the way, you find out a lot about your quarterback when you got all that. Because if you're screwing that up, if you're screwing this up, Mike, with the weapons we have, then you pretty much know, all right, this is not the guy, and we need to turn the page and go another direction.
Yeah, I just think that, and also guys with philosophy, you brought in some new coaches. We brought in some new offensive line coaches. We talked about some of the things defensively, bringing in some new assistants, so some new eyes on the problem. But I understand it. I mean, and to me, this whole year, whatever you felt about the draft, you're still a lot of fun. And I guess, Carl, it runs kind of parallel with the guys that are negative on the season and what we're doing in the offseason.
Yeah.
It's they don't believe in Desmond Ridder. And that's why they don't. When you go to,
you think it has more to do with that and less to do with the picks?
I think Georgia fans didn't bellyache about this in the last couple of years, so they're winning national championships. When Georgia wasn't winning national championships, nobody gave a crap if we drafted a Georgia Bulldog. I was the only guy on the freaking radio saying draft the guys in Athens. From Stroud and Seymour to you name it. But yeah, all of a sudden, guys start winning some titles, and you guys pay attention to their name. You know their names now, and now you want them on the Falcons.
All right, we've got more to get to, including what Arthur Smith had to say, and we'll hear from our draft picks, guys. Coming off of a crazy weekend, NFL draft dominated. What did Matthew Bergeron have to say? And Clark Phillips, you'll hear it all next, coming up on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game at Odyssey.com.
most important story of the day. Brought to you by MaximumCashHomeBuyers.com. Fair cash offers for as-is homes. Don't waste your time with repairs. Call 678-902-2000.
Dukes and Bell, Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Appreciate all you guys calling in, telling us how you feel, what you think. We're all in this together, right? Our city wins, our team wins. It'll be nice. Let's hope that's the case. But we got plenty of time to discuss what's going to happen this offseason as we continue to move forward with the Falcons. Mike, let's hear from some of the Falcons and our head coach in regards to what happened this weekend. Arthur Smith was talking about they didn't feel pressure because they went out in free agency and did all the stuff they've done, right? You've been talking about you didn't have to do all the things or try to fix everything because they were so active in free agency.
And again, I understand. I'm not trying to say that Calais Campbell is going to be here for 5 years. He's going to be here for 1 year. He's 37. Only quarterbacks like Brady get to play forever. But you did address a bunch of needs. The other thing is guys are always forgetting what we did in last year's draft class. And I don't know about you. I would like to think you get 2 years. I mean, some guys you think you know or you don't know. But I'd like to see Getty and Malone get a chance. Joe Patrick said maybe it's Okundeji be moving on out, because he's had a shot. So we'll see. But you still have a lot of depth. You got more depth than you've ever had. Because, guys, maybe you never looked at the roster or the depth chart. We couldn't afford that stuff the last 2 seasons. This year, you got it going ahead.
Here's Arthur Smith talking about not feeling the pressure because of what they did in free agency.
That's why we haven't felt desperate going in the draft, So a lot of times if really thin and, hopefully we're healthy we can be going into week 1, but it allows you to certainly develop guys at the right pace. You don't feel like you have to put them out there too quick, but if they're ready, certainly if they're a better player, they will play. I'm not saying that, but where, strategically there's kind of like guys at every point of their career. We've got some guys that are veterans that we expect to play good football, maybe on a 1-2 year deal, and we got guys in the middle part, guys that we brought back, and then we got the young guys that are going in year 2, year 3, and with this class. It'll be a very competitive camp. We know that, and we feel really good about where we're at right now. But like Terry talked about, any opportunity to improve, we're going to do it. Trade or somebody makes a cut, we think the guy can help us, we'll obviously bring him in.
Yeah, they're not afraid to make moves. I think they have a plan and the philosophy. And Arthur Smith, Mike, was asked about Zach Harrison, right? He's the kid out of Ohio State. Big, 6'6", long. If he turns into a player, right, and is able to add depth, this is my expectation for him this year. We're going to have multiple guys, bringing pressure. I said this. I'd be surprised if we have one guy with 15 sacks. Right. I think we're going to have a bunch of guys with 5, 5.5, 6. Maybe somebody has 7. And we're going to start counting these sacks up, Mike, and eventually we're going to say, wow, we're out of the 20s, and maybe we're into the 40s, which is where we should be. And then if you're an elite special defense or a fun team defensively, maybe you're into the 50s. I mean, last year Kansas City had 50, and they made it to the Super Bowl. So This is what we're hoping that improves. And I think, Zach Harrison comes in. I know some people said 3rd round. What are we doing?
Well, I mean, the only other guy, and you and I, for guys who missed it earlier, just because I saw him play, and I thought the stats were kind of comparable. In neither one really, you could argue, blew doors as far as what was expected. But I thought Byron Young out of Tennessee might be the guy, or the guy with the great name, arguably the best name of the draft, Yaya Jappy.
Yaya!
But Yaya and Byron, they've got, well, not that they got T-Rex arms, but they've got smaller. Like this guy, literally, Zach Harrison is built like a pterodactyl. I mean, I mean, this guy literally, he's got the body, but is he going to be able to use it the way Ohio State fans thought he was going to do it for a couple of years in Columbus?
Here's Arthur Smith talking about Harrison learning from guys like Calais Campbell.
You got to have the right vets. Sometimes people run away with narratives that just aren't true, and those are in buildings or inside the walls, and you pump up somebody and say, "Oh, this guy's a great leader," and they fool the outside world. But Calais is, and that's a real dude. And trust me, I've been on the other side of going against them and game planning against them. There's a lot of things he can learn from. He can learn from Bud too. As a guy that's started to find a groove as a power rusher. Bud's had a lot of success as a power rusher as well. So there's a lot of guys in there. And then as his game expands, and it really, it's like the day-to-day routine. These guys, when they come in here, it's a long journey as a rookie, and those guys can help them out. They've been through it. Same struggles.
Arthur Smith. Now, Mike, Bijan Robinson, we thought this was cool. We played it earlier for you. It's Dukes and Bell Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Last call's coming up. Your chance to get in and sound off on the biggest stories of the day. We'll do that here in less than 10 minutes. But Bijan was talking about his first Pop Warner team.
were the Falcons. And I thought this was just a cool tie-in. And what'd you say earlier? This is what did they call this?
This is fate.
Yeah, so I played. So my first team was the Tucson Falcons, and I was number 8. Number 8, and I mean that was a fun time playing with them. We stole every slogan from the Falcons. Like, we're the Dirty Birds. We came through, came through heavy. But yeah, that was my first team right there. And it's just crazy that now we're here because I wore number 8 the first year, and then I wore number one the year after. So that's how I know that it was all in God's plan this whole time, and we didn't know at the time that it was going to be this plan right here. So it's pretty cool.
I'm telling you, guys are gonna love this kid, man. I mean, when he starts scoring touchdowns, Mike, and everybody's like, Bijan, you're gonna love this kid.
Look, I hope I'm right about this one, because years ago, 2008. I was the guy saying, Carl, you got to build your championships through defense. And that's why the Falcons have got to go with that big space grabber, Glenn Dorsey, out of LSU. And that's why this Matt Ryan, I don't see it. I never really saw it. Matt Ryan had to earn his job back a couple times at Boston College. I don't get it. Yeah, I said that. I'm not unlike some people in this town, I live with my stinkers, and that was one of mine. But this is a guy that I just think it's just so funny. Maybe it is the Georgia National Championship factor that people are so more in tune with the dogs, that they're so more into it.
They are.
But this is what, for the most time you and I have been together, it'll be our 10th football season. Everybody wants offense. You want the fun stuff. Now all of a sudden you want the building blocks and the trenches. You wouldn't even know if let's be honest, you wouldn't even know if Jalen Carter had a good day in the office unless he sacked a quarterback. But it's interesting how the dynamic has changed. Look, I do understand you want defense. We went and spent on defense. Some is long-term, some is short-term. Augmented by the draft class.
Well, and Terry Fontenot, I thought this was an important soundbite from him as well, because you've been saying this, we need offensive line. And I think this was directed at a lot of people who said, well, they're not addressing the offensive line. Listen to Terry Fontenot, our general manager.
Really excited about the outcome today. We clearly value the lines of scrimmage. We know that's where games are won and lost. And to get 2 players with Matt and Zach, we got bigger. We added size, strength, power up front, and both those guys are wired the right way. They're made up of the things that we value. And so really excited to bring both those players in.
Yeah, and again, when you say, well, yeah, they addressed offensive line, but it ain't who I wanted. Imagine that. I mean, come on.
Well, again, I'll say it to you again. The year we got A.J. Terrell, we couldn't trade out of 14, right? Or 16, whatever it was.
That's right.
We couldn't. I mean, they talked about trading down. They may have tried to go up and get Nolan Smith. We don't know. They've been linked. There's a couple of things that were out there. Pro Football Talk, was pretty confident in it when they posted it on Friday, that teams like the Titans and us were trying to get back into the bottom. Maybe the Titans are going back to get Levis. I don't know. Maybe we were trying to go get Nolan Smith. But we've got pieces, guys. And if we were going to move down if we went down, let's just say for argument's sake, Carl. And I'm really excited that there's a lot of Georgia fans out there that know Broderick Jones is really good, and they would have been gone out and bought Broderick Jones jerseys if he got drafted. I'm glad we're now I'm being a wise ass. I'm taking a page out of Chuckery's book. I'm glad we have the inner workings of the trenches now. The edge rush was never really big in free agency, and the edge rushers, other than, let's be honest, 1 or 2 guys like Will Anderson were not that compelling in this draft.
No.
Imagine if we were talking about Lucas Van Ness. If Jalen Carter, I said this to you earlier, what if Jalen Carter never had the off-the-field stuff? He shows up for his G-Day practice, he looks like he's carved out of wood, and he goes to work. And what if he gets drafted 3rd or 6th? Either Arizona, Seattle, or Detroit takes Jalen Carter. And then you and I are talking about drafting Lucas Van Ness.
Different story.
That'd be a real rabble-rousing program.
Different story. Let's hear from Matthew Bergeron. This is the guard. He was a tackle, but he is going to play guard in Arthur Smith's offense, and he was talking about how effective he thinks he can be.
I mean, they're one of the top rushing teams, and, they just drafted a running back, and I feel like I feel like they want to go into that. They want to, move people around it. They want to get some yards, and I feel like I'm the right person to do it, whether it's inside or outside.
Yeah.
Got some real attitude, the scouting. Again, all these tapes, it's all the good stuff. It's the hits, not the misses. But this guy looks the part. And all the guys from the last guy we picked, Javon Quinn from South Carolina, up to Bergeron, guys are considered leaders on their teams. Dudes that were like guys that were kind of stirring the drink.
I agree, Mike. I think Gwynn, we heard this from Joe Patrick, was academic All-American. We always say this, guys, usually the smartest guys on the team are the offensive linemen. I know people don't give them credit, but there's so much going on up there. Usually these guys are very, very tight and on it as far as being involved with understanding how these game plans work and the shifts and the moves and all that stuff.
Like our very own Mike Johnson on the morning shift.
It's true. It's a great point. Last but not least, Clark Phillips. I like this pick. I really do. And we're going to see him, I think, be a ball hawk and make plays. And he was asked about his playmaking ability.
Man, it's a product, honestly, of just a lot of film study and a lot of confidence. I truly believe that I separate myself on that field. Can't wait to step back on it, but it's really just a product of a lot of preparation, a lot of film study, and then just being able to make those plays in that moment and having the confidence to do so.
Yeah, Mike. Utah, the awards and all the things this kid was able to accomplish at Utah stands out. And I think Joe Patrick said he was going to Ohio State, and his DB's coach, takes a job at Utah. He's like, I'm out. I'm going to Utah. Highly recruited. This kid can play, man.
Not maybe the hops of Brent Grimes, but an undersized guy. Grimes, he was a real star for us. And, again, a dude we had hit with the franchise tag one season. But a dude, not that you're watching a lot of Pac-12, checks a lot of the boxes, man. And, again, Keely Ringo, where we were selecting, it was between where we drafted the defensive lineman. Ringo was gone by the time we got to where we went.
All right, guys, it's time for our last call tonight, 404-741-0929. Here are the topics, right? Grade the Falcons draft. How did they do? You couldn't get in earlier. You get a chance to quick hit it, all right? We're moving with our last call. Acuna was beamed today. Mike, should the Braves respond?
Yes. And, again, the Bravos. We'll get into it in depth. I gave you the history. I wrote it down. I tweeted out earlier. Mike Bell, ATL. Follow Carl. I'll put him up. CDukes. When is Snicker ever going to stand up for his guy? This is one that really. And I love Snicker. I'm never going to doubt anything he does with his lineup. But this is one that goes beyond that. I don't understand.
All right, Cunha left game 2 of this doubleheader today.
Shoulder contusion. It's described as, right?
Yeah, that's what they've said it is. But he did not return after playing great in the first game. Hit a long dong and all of that. Last question. After Dylan's our morning show producer. You hear him, right, in the mornings, 5A to 6A, and then you hear the morning shift. Dylan burned waffles in the microwave here today at the radio station, okay? What's the biggest mistake you've made in the kitchen? What's the biggest mistake you've ever made in the kitchen? How do you burn waffles, Dylan? 404-741-0929. That is tonight's last call.
time for Last Call.
One last call for alcohol.
Your chance to chime in on the biggest stories of the day at 404-741-0929.
All right, here. It's easy tonight, guys. Grade the Falcons draft quickly. Love it, hate it.
Like numerically or alphabetically?
However you want to do it. A, B, C, D, whatever you want to do. Also, Acuna was hit today by the Mets. I'm sick of it. And I just wish the Braves would respond to send the message to the rest of the league that you're not going to be able to hit our star.
And for those who don't get the context today, earlier in a real high-scoring game, Ronald Acuna in the fifth hits one into the third deck. I think only Alonso may be the guy that hits them there before, but he hits it to freaking LaGuardia. So first at bat in the game 2, and he gets plunked. It's 0-2 count, and then high fastball. He moves, hits him to the top of the shoulder, contusion. From Don Mattingly, Carl, to the Marlins, to that piece of garbage, Mike Schilt. Remember you and I?
Oh, yeah.
The Cardinals are up 13-1. And that punk, who got fired, by the way, later, he eventually said, let's just throw it to Acuna now. And the Braves did nothing. Nothing. So now you got the old school guy, Buck Showalter. You think this wasn't a purpose? Well, why would you do it 0-2? Because you can deny it. When did Don Mattingly ever say, yeah, I don't like the way Acuna shows us up, so we're going to hit him? Mattingly never copped to it, Carl.
Never.
What do you guys think this is Angela Lansbury? You know? Did you mean to throw at him? Yes, I did. No, it's not a TV show. It's real world. These guys aren't going to cop to it. Come on.
I'm with you. Last but not least, after Dylan from our morning show, he produces the morning shift. He burned waffles in the microwave, not one, multiples, as he tried to make breakfast for the morning shift.
How much time did he put on the microwave?
Mike, it still smells in here.
5 minutes.
5 minutes.
And then apparently Oren's got enough cologne to sink the Titanic. He starts spraying patchouli everywhere, so now we smell like a head shop in here.
What's your biggest mistake you've made in the kitchen? 404-741-0929. Keith! You're on the last call. Welcome in, Keith.
Hey, man.
Hey, man.
Hey, man. I give the Falcons an A-. I would have loved Jason Carter, but that's all right, man.
Okay.
He's got to help Ritter. And I'm going to go with, dude, they need to plug and peck and peg Alonso. We need some redemption. Old school baseball, the Mets are a bunch of clowns.
Yep, star for star.
Worst thing I've burned? Oh, man.
Worst thing?
I grow my own hot peppers. Man, ghost peppers, habaneros. I make my own hot sauce, and, man, I burned that, and I made the kitchen toxic for hours.
Damn. Yeah, I can imagine. That kitchen, you couldn't even breathe in there. You went in there with a gas mask. Keith, thank you so much. Let's talk to Wendy up next. Wendy, you're on the last call. How you doing?
Hey, man.
Hey, man.
I'm doing good. Haven't talked to you guys in forever. So, A for the draft. I think in the next game they should take out the first 5 batters. And I heated up meatballs in a metal pan in the microwave.
Oh, no.
And within 3 minutes, there was flames, sprinklers, and about 10 minutes later, 3 fire trucks pulled up.
Oh!
Right. Remember the line from American Hustle? Don't put metal in the science oven. Don't put metal in the... Remember that scene?
I do.
Don't put metal in the science oven.
I think a lot of people have made that mistake. You just put it in there because everything now is microwavable, right? Everything. It used to be that way. Now you just think everything is. You put it in there, then you start seeing those sparks.
Like the Arby's wrapper, that looks metal. It looks metally to me, so I just put it on a plastic plate.
Swede, you're up next. Swede, welcome to the last call. Hey, man.
Hey, man.
Hey, man.
Old school. You got to plunk somebody for Acuna. And maybe 2 of them in a row. I don't know, but they need to do that. And as far as the worst mistake in the kitchen, when I was married, my wife wanted me, I was cooking eggs. She wanted me to make her fried eggs, and I made scrambled eggs, and I wasn't allowed in the kitchen for a month after that. Thanks, guys.
You know what? Good job, Squid. Sometimes, Squid, that's good technique. You know, if you screw it up, they'll never let you try it again.
Yeah.
And you're out of that detail.
You a fried egg guy or scrambled egg guy?
Carl, my cholesterol's 289. Take a wild friggin' guess.
All right, last but not least, James. You're on the last call, James. Hey, man.
Hey, man. Thanks for taking my call. Love the show. I give the Falcons a B+.
Cool.
Love Robinson. Really excited about having them. Just a little concerned about how Smith is going to use these weapons. Really disappointed last year with how Pitts was used, how Drake London was used. towards the end until the end of the season. That's really my biggest concern.
I think it was Mariota was the main issue there, but I get you.
Yeah, it was. Hey, quarterback play matters, man. Thank you so much. Appreciate the call. Our man John Chuckery's in here. How was Flowery Branch?
Yeah. Long.
You were the night watchman. You were the night watchman.
I mean, literally, they were handing me a Swiffer as we were leaving. I mean, it was us and some guy named Hector was all that was left up there. So.
Good short rib, though. They provided good food.
Those short ribs were outstanding. And then they brought the side to go with it.
Yeah.
What was it, like a paella or something like that?
It was delicious.
Whatever it was. It was really good stuff.
Oh, you ate good.
Listen, we took a lot of food home, too. Well, me and the other guy, Mike, the engineer, we just took piles of food home. So
wasting food is a sin.
Hey, listen.
You are back this week, full shows.
Oh, yeah.
No interruptions, no Hawk playoff games.
No late nights.
No late nights?
Yeah.
So it's going to be a fun week. You're starting out tonight. What you got going on?
We will talk with our friend of the show, Tori McElhaney. We'll recap the NFL draft of the Falcons. And we'll talk to Lauren Williams, Hawks beat writer, just kind of getting a, kind of reset in where we are as we get ready for what will be a very interesting offseason. And again, I want to ask Tony Ressler 2 questions. Are we going in the luxury tax next year? Forget when we're ready. Are we going in the luxury tax next year?
No.
And where is Quinn Snyder in the pecking order of personnel decisions?
Number 1.
Yeah,
that's my answers. I don't know what Tony Ressler would say.
Carl, you could wear the Hawks jersey and hat because I would believe you. Yeah. I mean, so I'm with you.
I think he's one, and that's a great question. The luxury tax thing is interesting because make sure you stay tuned to John. Mike and I are going to get into the breakdown of the offseason. We didn't have time today, but it's a valid question because if you are committed to winning, then that means you're willing to go wherever it needs to go.
Yep.
All right. John Chuckery's coming up next. Let's get out of here and clear out throw.
Dukes and Bell are wrapping up another show, so it's time for
Let me clear my throat.
On Sports Radio 92.9, The Game.
All right, Day, great job today, Big Bo. He was here earlier. Our engineers, of course, executive producer Turtle back. It's good to have you back, by the way. Well, after the relaxation tour that you went on. Right on. Mike Bell, we're back tomorrow, man. We got a lot to chop up, a lot more to get into. We've got this Braves thing, man. And again, as we leave you, we won game 1, barely, and game 2 is, well, it's tight.
Yeah, Morton got a little sloppy. He was getting through it, and the Braves got him back in the lead. And, it was just and the Acuna thing just wears me out. And again, I know there's sort of an old school versus new school mentality on this, but it doesn't pass the eye test. And I don't like our best player getting plunked like this. What if heaven forbid, this was a more serious injury than a bruise?
Yeah, we've been dealing with enough injuries. We'll get into that tomorrow. More on the draft, guys, in the NFL. We're chasing a couple of guests as well. And we got some other playoff stuff to get to. Tonight we got some playoff NBA action happening. No Embiid tonight, by the way, for the Sixers as they take on the Celtics, who, of course, disposed of us. Hey, Mike, let's get out of here, man. Clear your throat.
Hey, man, I know Friday there's a lot of stuff going on with day 2 of the draft, but never in my life have I rooted more for LeBron James and watching them close out the Grizzlies. Dylan Brooks, the gutless wonder. I had people telling me, no, man, Dylan Brooks is next level. He's getting in LeBron's head. Well, he just got beat by 40. So Dylan Brooks and his big fake tough guy routine and his pal John Morant, a.k.a. Quick Draw McGraw, you can go enjoy Bahamas or wherever you're vacationing. LeBron and the Lakers now matching up with Steph Curry and the Warriors. Grizzlies talk all that talk, Carl, but they're too young to walk the walk.
When you lose games the way we lost, 1 point, 4 points, 6 points, 3 points. I'm talking about the Falcons. 6 points, 3 points, 3 points. The way you win those games is not more stops. It's score more points. And if we can do that this year, we're going to be in a much better place. Falcon fans, get your mind in the right spot. You're not stopping these NFL exclusive offenses that are so good. Teams are going to score. Did you watch the Super Bowl? You got to be able to stay in a game like that by scoring points, and I think that's part of the strategy. Hey, we're back at you tomorrow. If you love the show,
you tell your friends.
If you don't,
they just plugged your boy.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.